Good morning, Commissioner. We're starting a little late this morning due to some technical issues, but I understand that we are ready to proceed this morning.
Okay, well then I will begin by reading the ruling that I have come to after considering the issue that was raised yesterday by Mr. Letterman. The city's position effectively reverses the implicit assumption that all of the witnesses appearing before, By way of background, the city has asserted that the existence of any joint defense agreement, tolling agreement, cooperation agreement, or agreement of similar nature is privileged and therefore not admissible, and has declined to answer any questions put by Commission Counsel about the existence of such agreements. Commission Counsel is of the view that any such agreements are not entitled to the benefit of a claim of privilege. The city wishes to have this issue determined in a formal motion before me under the rules of the inquiry. Yesterday, however, the city raised the issue in a different context. Commission Counsel asked Mr. Malone, a witness employed by SEMA, whether he or SEMA was a party to any such agreement. The city objected to Mr. Malone answering those questions on the basis of privilege and requested that these questions be deferred until the city's proposed motion is determined. However, Mr. Malone and SEMA do not assert a privilege or object to answering these questions for any reason. The witness is not only prepared to answer the question on his own behalf and on behalf of his employer, SEMA, but wishes to do so to provide the commissioner with a full appreciation of his credibility and its independence from the participants in this inquiry. Commission Counsel advised me in submissions that they intend to put the same questions to a number of other witnesses before the inquiry. As mentioned, the city says that its motion about the privilege it asserts should be heard before any of the witnesses, including this one, answers the questions. It says that otherwise the commissioner will be able to deduce who has signed such an agreement. The city's position is effectively that both the existence and the non-existence of any of the agreements in question is privileged, even if a party is prepared to confirm that it is not a party to any such agreement. For Mr. Malone and SEMA, I do not see any factual basis for a valid litigation privilege on the part of the city in respect of the subject matter of the questions. The city says that it can assert a common interest privilege in respect of such subject matter. However, the city does not assert a factual basis for any such privilege, nor are there any facts before me from this witness or otherwise that would support the city's assertion of privilege in relation to Mr. Malone or SEMA, particularly in view of the absence of any objection by them. In particular, neither the city nor the witness suggest that there is any such agreement grounding any such privilege, or that a confidentiality agreement would be breached in answering the question. More generally, neither the city nor SEMA suggest that the parties have any common interest in any litigation or that they have exchanged any confidential information in furtherance of any common interest in any litigation. The city's position effectively reverses the implicit assumption that all of the witnesses appearing before the inquiry are truly independent. Absent a factual basis for a claim of privilege or confidentiality, a witness should be able to address all relevant questions put to the witness without awaiting a determination of a question of privilege that might be asserted in respect of one or more agreements to which there is no evidence or suggestion that the witness or his employer is a party. For all these reasons, Mr. Malone may answer the questions posed by Commission Counsel as to whether he or his employer, SEMA, is a party to any such agreement. However, I've considered the city's request for a motion, assuming for the moment that the city and one or more other participants may assert a privilege in respect of either or both of the existence of one or more such agreements and their contents. I agree with the city that where a witness does object to answering questions about such agreements posed by Commission Counsel on the basis of privilege, that issue should be addressed in a motion which involves such parties. Such motion should respect the confidentiality of any such arrangements pending a determination under the rules of the inquiry. I ask that counsel for the city and any participants who intend to assert a privilege of this nature should address the issue of a proper procedure with Commission Council with a view to having the matter determined expeditiously. That said, Ms. Lawrence should put the questions to the witness.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Malone, good morning.
Good morning.
I have two questions for you. Are you personally a party to any joint defense agreement, cooperation agreement, or tolling agreement with the City of Hamilton?
To the best of my understanding of the definitions of the terms you use, no.
To your knowledge, is SEMA party to such agreements?
To the best of my understanding of the definition of the terms you use, no.
Thank you. Those are my questions of this witness, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that Ms. Roberts is going to examine next, and that she will be close to an hour.
Okay. Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Malone, I am Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder. How do you do?
Good. Good morning.
Commissioner, may I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Malone, I'm going to go back over some of the evidence from yesterday, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, and I will hopefully stay on track here. But if there's any confusion about sort of what I'm referring to, just raise it with me, and I can make sure that I've got the right document up and we're on track. Okay, I want to go back, if we could please, to the first engagement, which goes back to March of 2013. And I take it, sir, that when you put forward your proposal, you requested design documents from the City of Hamilton?
We did. That request was listed in the proposal, yes.
Yeah, I saw that. So you asked for CAD drawings. And I take it you weren't provided with drawings?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Could we please go to your notes of March 11, 2013, Registrar? I believe that's SEMA 22409. I think this is the first reference we have to this engagement. The discussion that you note on March 11. And I just want to ask you about a question. Let me see. Right, lighting. Right. So on the right column, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth item down, I think it says horizontal alignment on main. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So am I transcribing it correctly?
Yep, I think that's accurate.
And there's a note over top, except to minimal. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it refers to the horizontal alignment on main or not. Proximate to it, so it potentially does. It may refer to design.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's then go to your proposal, which is Hamilton 426. Registrar, can you please turn that document up?
Sorry, Council, did you say Ham 246 or Ham 24?
Oh, no, sorry, 426. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so so you're setting out the assignment here, and you've got a focus on 3 elements: lighting, signs and markings, and geometry. Do I understand that as the focus of this engagement?
They were aspects that were going to be examined, yes.
Okay. And again, can we turn to image 4? So these are elements of your investigation.
Correct?
Collision information, the visibility, sight distance, perception of alignment to drivers. Am I right in understanding this item that this is about a driver expectation?
It would, yes, it would be linked to that.
Okay. In other words, that drivers can see and have an expectation of what's in front of them so that they can react. Do I have that right?
That would be one aspect of it. Yes, there's a yes.
Okay. And I've got so in the design review, there's some specific elements that you identify here in task 7. In addition to collision and field reviews, you're going to undertake a review of basic design elements, road and lane width, length of speed changes, of speed change lanes, curve radii, super elevation barriers. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And am I understanding that absent having design drawings, you're actually not going to be able to assess what the super elevations are for the road?
At this stage in writing the proposal, the expectation was that that information would be able to come from CAD drawings,
Right.
formal drawings of the facility. You can assess it in the field with measuring it in the field if need be.
Right. So the actuals could have been assessed, but absent having design, you can't tell what the super elevations were intended to be.
We didn't have the design drawings, correct?
Right. Okay. Let's go forward to June 6, 2013. Registrar, can you please return to SEMA 22409 and image 5 this time? So this is your note, and Ms. Lawrence took you to it yesterday. So there are a couple of elements here. The bottom references a discussion I think you testified about with Gary Moore, and I'll come to that. But there's a note above. We've got Red Hill stroke Hamilton, and it says reduce emphasis on signing issues. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm not fully sure, to tell you the truth. This was internal discussion at SEMA. Oh, sorry, no, this is the meeting between SEMA and the city. I don't have a recollection of what it means.
Okay, because you've got as one of the key aspects that you're examining signs and markings in your proposal.
Correct, and they were reviewed, yes.
Okay, so we don't know what this reference means.
I don't have a recollection of what it means.
Okay, and then we've got a discussion with Gary Moore, and he testified about that. He talked to you about the reasons why the design is as it is. And I think you discussed that yesterday in the context of lighting in particular, but it also says through Valley.
Yes.
And does that mean that he's explaining why the geometry is as it is because it's following this creek valley?
I do think that was part of the conversation, the overall constraints that were on design, because the environmental assessment approvals didn't deal only with lighting, they dealt with a whole range of issues.
Okay. So just to note it, I think after this point, you've got both consideration of the three key aspects: lighting, geometry, and signs, and you've got at least 2 of 3 where you've been told that you can't make changes. Do I have that right?
No, I don't read that. I don't know what the reduced emphasis on signing issues means, the context of that. I can't recall it. There certainly was inclusion of assessment of signing in the report. The note from Mr. Moore, regarding the conversation with Mr. Moore, was asking the question about illumination and his response with illumination X being prohibited through the valley.
Right, but isn't it true that as a consequence of that conversation, you reached the conclusion that you cannot make recommendations to provide or in relation to lighting through the alignment, and you cannot make recommendations for changes to geometry?
The primary conversation was with respect to lighting, and the conclusion from the discussion with Mr. Moore was that inclusion of lighting through the freeway, that the scope was clarified to not include lighting on the main line, and that issue has been raised in some of the other discussion. The geometry was not being reviewed in terms of being checked. It was reviewed to see what it was and make determinations about potential impacts that the alignment and the geometry would have on safety through the roadway. And so there was curvilinear alignment, significant curves, for example, at the ramps. So all that geometry was absolutely considered in the assessment. But I agree that changes to the roadway alignment and therefore its geometry, my understanding was that that was not part of our scope either.
Okay, thank you. Can we please turn to the July 3 PowerPoint that you prepared? I think that's Hamilton 51990. And just so I'm understanding, it's not, so you're not making changes, but just as you said, you're still considering geometry in reference to safety. And I think in this, that's pretty clear. So can we please go to image 8? So here, am I understanding this correctly, that this is an assessment of the ramps through Dartnell, that you're looking at the length of the speed change lanes as they come on and off the main line?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And here, there's a number where you identify that they're shorter than would a typical length.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and when you're identifying the typical length, and here it's 400 meters, you said, where are you taking that from?
I'd have to go back and double check the reference. I don't have it off the top of my head. It would come from design guidance that exists, particularly the TAC, the MTO Geometric Design Guide.
So there's two. You'd either be assessing it in reference to the TAC guidance, and I think at that point it's TAC 1999. Do I have that right?
That would be correct, yes.
And or the MTO 1985 guide.
Correct.
Okay. Can we please go to the next image? So here, it's again Dartnell 3, 4, and 5 continued. There's an alignment discontinuity identified in the field that's not shown in the design drawings. When you say not shown in the design drawings, what are you referring to? Because there aren't any design drawings. Or do you have some at this point?
No, I don't think we have design drawings. We have aerial photos.
Perhaps can we turn to image 11? Is this the kink that you refer to?
Yes, there's a small section, a piece at the apex of the curve on the most southerly portion of the roadway, between the two curves that where the road runs tangent, and that was observed to be a fairly short section of tangent road between two very large curves.
So instead of making the curve continuous, they've straightened what should be the apex of the turn.
It appeared to be that way based on the field investigation and the review of the aerial photos.
Okay, and that would be, so instead of a driver being able to follow a turn around, you've effectively got like a straightened in the middle of what should be a curved section. So that would be a violation of driver expectation, wouldn't it?
It has the potential to be, yes.
Okay. Can we please go back to 9 again?
Okay. Could I just request that the image be reduced a bit? It's being blocked by the video.
Okay.
That's good. That's fine.
Okay, and you're identifying potential countermeasures, and this is install warning signs for atypical geometry for ramps. What do you mean there?
The ramps, in some cases, as noted, were identified as being shorter than ideally would be preferred, and so additional information provided to motorists of the warning of the presence of the on-ramps would be beneficial. That was one of the recommendations that was included.
Okay. Can please turn up image 10? So again, this is this is Dartnell. So when you identified the signage in the prior image here, are you proposing to extend the speed lane changes?
I think what was done in this case was an analysis of what potentially could occur if you were to do that. I don't think this should have been included in the presentation personally, but I'm not sure how it got into it. But we wouldn't normally have recommended a change to an extension of the on-ramps because physically that's not possible in the highway.
Okay. And image 13, please. So again, this is mud, and again, I think you're identifying. Wait a second. Yeah, speed change lane, extend speed change lane from 210 to 400. So
if I could comment on the content.
Yep.
At this stage, these are potential countermeasures. So it's essentially a shopping list of possible items that theoretically could be applied with an extension of the discussion relating to them, examining what the potential cost and benefit might be. So it's a theoretical discussion about a range of countermeasures. So for the issues identified, here are a number of things that have some theoretical potential for improvement, and some, like installing PRPMs, have a benefit cost ratio exceeding 1, so they would potentially be viable. Others, like extending a speed change lane, would have a benefit cost ratio which is below 1 and therefore not as viable. But the exercise is to review them all, put them all on the table and have that discussion. So it's academic exercise. It's to go through the overall review so you can contemplate what could be considered and then exclude ones that don't make logical sense.
So but let me just stay on that point. So I understand that. Later in 2015, though, you identified driver behavior as being, I'm going to quote, this is my word, not yours, being aggressive in their coming onto the main line because of a perception that merging lanes are short. And isn't what you're finding here that, at least in these locations, the merging lanes, the acceleration lanes are short?
Well, I'm not sure we defined it as being aggressive. I think our,
No, my word, I agree. But people were forcing their way on Main Line because there was a perception that the acceleration lanes were short. And what I'm suggesting to you here, sir, is that in fact your finding is that at least in these Mud and the Dartnell interchanges, and we'll come to the others later, that they are short.
they are shorter than an ideal dimension. Yes, the interchanges overall, you know, on both the Link and the Red Hill are relatively closely spaced. And some of that is partly reflected in the posted speed on the roadway at the time, which was 90 kilometers per hour instead of a higher operating speed.
Right. Can we please turn to image 19? So this is one of the ramps, Mud Street, you defined it as ramp 6, which is as you're going, how does this work? So this is a ramp to go onto the southbound lane.
Correct.
Main line.
Yeah.
Right.
Towards the Link.
Okay, and in your analysis, the collisions that occur on this ramp represent 65% of all ramp collisions.
That was correct. At the interchange. Yes, I believe at the interchange.
Say again, so the accidents are happening as people are coming out of the ramp? Is that what you mean?
No, what I'm saying is that it's 65% of all the ramp collisions at the Mud Street interchange. That was my understanding.
Right. Okay, because that's and we talked about this yesterday. All you're dealing with is in this section is I guess Mud and Dartnell.
Yes, and there are other ramps approximate to this. There's the ramp that goes northbound, for example.
Sorry, 65% of all ramp collisions is what it says. Are you saying 65% of ramp collisions only on the Mud Street interchange?
I thought that was the case, yes.
Okay. And you're going on what you remember? Because like that, you can't see that from what you've written.
As I would have to review the document to verify.
Okay. Okay, and you describe this as the curve radius below typical design depending on the existing super elevation. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, we didn't have the detail on the super elevation.
Right.
And so we were able to determine a radius based on the aerial photos. The relationship, there is a relationship between the radius of the curve and super elevation, which is provided in the curve in order to determine what its design parameters should be. So we knew that the radius was below the typical design, but it would depend on what super elevation had been applied to the ramp as to whether or not that was within an appropriate range.
Right. So this is part of the Stantec design. So that is 6%, that ramp. That is its design super elevation. Would that be correct for a ramp of that tight radius?
I wouldn't be able to offer an opinion on that at this moment. I'd have to review it and properly assess it.
Fair enough. Later on, you described the geometry for ramp 6 as atypical. And in other instances, you say ramp 6 is unique in characteristics. Do you want to explain a little bit about ramp 6 and why it is unique, atypical?
Well, the most unique feature of it is the amount that it turns. So it's a 270-degree turn. 360 degree would be a full circle. So you're turning 270 degrees of a circle. So most ramps, as you can see on the photo, don't require that total amount of turning. Many ramps don't. So in this location, this is the ramp with the greatest amount of curvature.
And was it the extreme curvature that you considered as contributing or a correlative to the high number of accidents?
Well, the extended amount of curvature that is there is one of the factors that likely contributes to crashes on the ramp, because drivers may not anticipate that the ramp is going to continue to curve for that entire distance and lose their way as they travel through it.
Okay, and I'm anticipating that, you know, in darkness and in wet conditions, that the challenge of that tight radius turn becomes even more acute.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. I want to go to overview document 3.1, and Mr. Malone, in preparing for today, did you have an opportunity to look at overview chapter 3.1?
Briefly, but not in much detail, no.
And did you have an opportunity to look at any of the drawings?
As part of my preparation for this testimony?
Yes.
No.
Surprised me, sir. I rarely run into an engineer who can't wait to get to drawings. Sorry.
Well, a lot of material to review.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In fairness, totally. Then I won't belabor them. Can we please turn to image 7? And this is summarized here in paragraph, 6, I guess I need first. We were able, in production, both Hamilton and Dufferin produced documents, and Hamilton ultimately found its preliminary design report, which was initially prepared 1990 and then revised 2003, and it looks as though there's a further revision in 2006. But I just want to point out in paragraph 12 that the November 2003 preliminary design report provided that the Red Hill would have a design speed of 100 kilometers per hour. And I think your assumption in your analysis was that the design speed would have been 110 kilometers per hour.
I'm not sure we made that assumption fully or not. We didn't have the design drawings, so we did, or the details as to what the design parameters were. I think we were able to make some inferences of what design speeds might have been or would be for the roadway based on the ability to measure radiuses of curves from aerial photos. But as I said, as has been noted, we didn't have full information with respect to super elevation. That's a factor in determining what the design speed might have been.
Right. So if you read the quotation here, it says the design speed of the north-south section is 100 kilometers per hour. The speed has been set based on the topography and spacing of interchanges. The posted speed is 90 kilometers per hour. And while a reduction of the posted speed would likely raise traffic operational concerns, strict enforcement of speed limit for trucks is recommended for safety reasons in view of the curvilinear alignment and the current practice of many truck drivers to exceed the posted speeds. Consistent rate of enforcement may be considered. I was interested by this because it looks to me that there's an appreciation from the beginning here of the safety concern arising from the curvilinear alignment. I take it that you agree with the fact that a curvilinear alignment raises challenges that has implications for the safety of the roadway?
Any curvilinear alignment requires greater input from drivers as they travel on the road, and therefore it has the potential to have more safety concerns. It's not automatically the case, but it just becomes the reality that a curve in the road requires a driver to turn the steering wheel, and therefore there's greater input from the driver and potential for error.
Can we please turn to the next image, 14? I'm going to take it to you just so that I think it probably fills in some gaps for you. So the geometry for the Red Hill was described in a table in the preliminary design report of 2003, and it provided for a maximum super elevation of 0.06, maximum grades of 4%, and a minimum radius turn of 420 meters, posted speed 90 kilometers per hour. I take it it's obvious, sir, that information would have been of help to you when you were doing your analysis in 2013 and 2015.
It would have been helpful to have it, certainly.
And later in your 2015 report, you identify the tightest turn as 525 meters in radius. And that's not correct. And we know now that's not correct. When you estimated that 525, how'd you do that?
My recollection is that it was from two potential sources. One was aerial photos, and the other was we had received some drawings that showed the overall alignment of the roadway, and we attempted to determine radius based on those.
Okay. Can we please turn to image 13? Can you please, Registrar, call up the drawing at the top? A little smaller than that. Mr. Malone, can you see that? Okay.
I can, yes.
So this is section or part B to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the evidence is that this section was designed by Phillips. And as your 2015 report focuses on, my understanding is that this is the area of the parkway with the greatest number of accidents along the alignment.
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, and I just want to point out a number of things. So if you're assuming that we're driving northbound, so that would be from the left side of the page to the right, you've got this fairly long, almost tangent section as you come down from the escarpment. And then the first turn you hit before King is a 420 meter radius turn. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then as you go past King, you've got another one, 450, which is also very tight. And then you go into 690 and 525. So you've got 4 turns in a row that are fairly tight. Would you agree with that?
By tight, I assume you mean in close proximity to each other?
No, I mean the radiuses are, well, both actually, they're close proximity, but they're also, each of those radius turns is quite a tight turn in of itself.
It's the term is relative. They're curves, not straight alignment, and they would require driver input. And in the orientation you described, the first curve is the most severe of the 4, the radius being the minimum amount, the smallest amount.
So Tom Clement of the MTO, when he testified, described the sequence of turns as broken back turns. Is that a phrase that you're familiar with?
I've heard it. I don't use that term. I use reverse curves.
Reverse curves. Okay.
There's a series of reverse curves. two pairs of reverse curves.
And is my rudimentary understanding of safety issues, is it true? Let me rephrase this. The first turn, as you come from northbound and you're going on that long tangent, and then you come to the 420 meter radius turn, does that create challenges for driver expectation?
The presence of a curve means, as I noted, that there's a requirement for driver input, which is a change from what they were doing on a straight tangent section of roadway. And so if the driver is not expecting the curve, then yes, it could present challenges for driver expectation. Maybe a better way to word it is driver workload. And from a safety perspective, what we tend to identify are locations where driver workload changes. So on a straight, flat tangent section of roadway, the workload is relatively light. You need to do very much to maintain your position in the lane, your speed, your alignment, because you don't need to steer. As roadway alignment changes with curves, as the roadway alignment changes with vertical curves as well as horizontal curves, and as the environment changes with on-ramps or off-ramps, merging traffic, that increases the overall workload in the location that would be required for motorists. And where workload is elevated, driver workload is elevated, there's a potential for safety issues to be of greater concern.
Okay, thank you. And just on that issue of workload, not only do we have these 4 turns, but we also have interchanges that are quite close to one another. So if you see King Street and Queenston, there is not much distance between them. I think it's 800 meters or something.
Yeah, they're relatively close to each other.
Okay. And then Queenston and Barton, a little bit longer. Okay, I want to go to Dufferin 2535, image 26. Actually, let me just ask a question. Sorry, can we just stay here for 2 secs? We talked about driver workload. Do you take into account the cumulative effect of these geometric features in your safety evaluation?
If you mean cumulative, being that there's multiple curves, 4 curves in a row, is that what you're referring to, or
4 curves and we'll get to it in detail, but and the tight interchanges so that you're going to have people coming on and coming off in those areas. So not only do you have turns, but you've got incoming and outgoing traffic along there at the same point as you're navigating the turns.
Yeah, workload isn't a binary measure, on or off. It is has a relative would have a relative amount to it. So workload for proceeding through a curve is increased from proceeding on a tangent. But if you compound that by adding in merging traffic and the necessity to maintain your speed because you're proceeding in a downhill direction, and you may need to manage your speed, monitor your speed differently because of that condition, then yes, the overall workload would be increased. But keep in mind or consider that the driver workload is constantly fluctuating. It's moving. If the person in front of you brakes, your workload increases. And so if you have congestion conditions, that also is a feature that can alter workload. It has nothing to do directly, potentially, with geometric design, but it's one of the workload inputs that needs to be considered. So a process that's sort of thought about or utilized is to consider what workload is as you move through an environment, as you proceed through the roadway. Lower increasing, decreasing, increasing again, and so on and so forth. And multiple things would increase workload more at some spots. Multiple factors, I guess I would say, would increase workload more at some locations than at others.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Can we turn, please, Registrar, to Dufferin 2535? Image 26. So Dufferin, who's a participant in this inquiry, was able to locate their issue for tender drawings, and then Hamilton subsequently identified and found the issue for construction drawings. For the purposes of the analysis, I'm going to stay with the issue for tender drawings, and the evidence is that there are not material changes between the two versions. But just to give you that explanation, sir. Okay, so here we're, Registrar, can you just go to the small map at the top briefly and call that out? There we go. Can you bring that down? Oh, smaller than that, smaller than that. Okay, so this in the corner just identifies where this drawing is on the longer alignment. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, you can put that, take that call out away. Thank you. Okay, so this is the first turn going into the sequence of 4, where we've got the tightest geometry.
Depending which direction you're going in, yeah. If you're southbound at the beginning of the curve, it's
fair enough. I'm making the assumption for the purposes of this, and I'm trying to stay consistent in the same direction, Mr. Malone. But if I move to the other, I'll tell you. So this is the first turn, and as you come, you've got to turn to the. If you're going northbound, you're turning to the right. You've got the tightest radius turn, and you've got a ramp going off, and that's King Street. Think of that.
Yeah, you're just coming out of the curve that you identified, the first curve after the proceeding down the hill.
Right. Can we please go to the next image? Okay. And now I am going to take you to the southbound. So one of the points you raised is the challenge of the on-ramps on the turns. We can go back to it, but you identified it, you identified in the 2013, and we'll go to it in a minute. But can you just take me through some of the challenges of this ramp onto the main line? So this is King Street ramp onto the main line in the southbound direction.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, so we'll go to it. I just thought it'd be easier for you to look at from the drawings, is that if you're coming off this ramp at King Street onto the main line, you're coming onto the main line on a curvature.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and can you explain what the effect of that for a driver?
Well, in the description I provided earlier, you're entering the highway, so there's a necessity to adjust your speed of the vehicle to bring it up to the highway speed from the local road speed, and or whatever speed you had to traverse the ramp at. There's a necessity to merge into the highway, into the main lines of the roadway from the entrance lane, the ramp lane from the on-ramp. And there's also a necessity to maintain your alignment in the overall alignment of the highway, which is in this case southbound, turning to the right. So there's a right-hand curve southbound. There's an on-ramp which would require speed adjustment, and there's a merge maneuver that, because the ramp ends at some point downstream, that you must find an opportunity to merge into traffic. So all of those elements combine to create a driver workload at the location.
And the fact that it's on the curve, that would affect the sight distance that a driver would have coming off the ramp, would it not?
Because of the alignment of this particular curve,
Yes.
southbound we're talking.
Yes.
Yes, the view to, as you reach the end of the ramp, the bullnose of the ramp, and you start to make your decision-making process to enter, your visibility is slightly more challenging than if the ramp was, the highway was straight. So yes, it's slightly elevated.
Okay, and turning your attention to the north side of the alignment now, we've got again the ramp from King Street onto the main line. Do you see that?
We're talking northbound lanes now?
Northbound now.
Okay, yes.
Okay, can we please go to the next image? So this is just one down. So in this instance, we've got, this is the main line just north of the King Street interchange, and we've got 3 lanes on the northbound direction because one of them's a weaving lane. Am I calling that the correct? Have I got that correct?
Well, it's yes, it's a weaving lane. It's an on-ramp on the left side of this image and an off-ramp on the right side of this image. And because they're proximate to each other, the lane has simply been continued, essentially merging the on-ramp and the off-ramp. Some traffic may use that lane all the way through, so never have to actually weave or merge into traffic. Other motorists would be destined further to the north and therefore would need to weave, merge into traffic, and similarly, northbound traffic that had not come from King Street would also have to weave or merge into the exit lane in order to get off. Potentially, it's a dual exit, as I recall, at Queenston as well.
Right, and just to complete the thought, if we can go to the next image, you can see the exit ramp to Queenston. There we go.
Yeah.
So then that weaving lane then goes into part of the 2 lanes that are provided for exiting on Queenston. Do I have that right?
The lane that was on the bottom of the previous image becomes an exit lane.
Right.
If you stay in it, then you will exit the highway. The middle of the 3 lanes is an optional lane. One of them can be you can select to go exit onto the dual exit ramp or continue northbound.
And I want to go next to your 2013 report, but I take it. I'll leave it. So sorry, we'll come to it in the 2015 report. I take it that the compression of the entrance and the exit between these 2 interchanges puts significant demand on drivers who are trying to get on or trying to get off the main line.
It puts an increased demand from an alternate design that wouldn't have it, or a different layout of a different highway. So it's different, and I would agree that it's an elevated workload for drivers based on the number of elements that are present.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can take that down. I want to go to your 2013 report, which deals with more southerly portion, that Mud Street and Dartmouth. Can you, Registrar, can you please turn up Hamilton 41871? There we go. And just to confirm, sir, I believe this is the final version. This is we've got it coded B325.
B325 is the project number, and I believe it says E05 on the bottom, underneath the date.
Okay. And so do I have that right, that this is the final draft, the final report?
This is the last one that was sent to the city for B325, yes.
Okay, and so jumping around a little bit, Registrar, can you please turn up image 38? Oh. This is not the right one. Sorry, bear with me. I've got the wrong page here. What I'm looking for? Start my own. Oh, it's page 27. So let's, I think that's 11. Sorry to do this to you, Registrar. It's page 27. I thought that was 38, but it's not. Can you 20, sorry, 39, image 39. I apologize for being such a dinosaur that I actually use paper and the source of the confusion. Forgive me. Okay, so I just want to go to this point because in here you make a specific, you talk about restricted sight lines for merging traffic in Dartnell 4. And you say on-ramp merge is located within a horizontal curve in the main line, and vehicles northbound on the main line and upstream may not be easily visible from the vantage point of a merging driver, given the curvature of the road and the angle of approach, which creates a large blind spot. So when I took you to the drawings for the King Street interchange as an example, I take it, am I right in understanding this report that this is an example in the 2013 report of exactly the challenge of an exit onto a curvature?
Yeah, yes, I think that's what it's identifying. I've used the terminology I did before, which is that it's a location where there's some elevated workload for drivers. And I think I would supplement it a little bit by saying that if a driver's habit is to enter the highway at the very beginning, the very initial opportunity that occurs at the end of the ramp, and not utilize the full acceleration lane, that's a location where the visibility may be more difficult than it would be in other circumstances that they would experience, and therefore an elevated driver workload and potential issue to pay attention to from a safety perspective. Okay, and just to complete the thought on that, the drivers will have a sense of trying to merge as quickly as they can if they have a perception that the acceleration lanes are short. Is that not true? Not necessarily. Okay. I mean, the driver may not know how long the acceleration lane is when they enter the facility, so it's not posted or it's defined for them as they arrive. They may know it based on experience, and therefore that may influence their behavior. They may also have a behavioral pattern themselves of entering at the very beginning or utilizing the full length of the acceleration lane. So there's a wide range and variation of driver behavior. So I'm not sure I agree that it automatically means it's problematic. There's a significant variation as to how drivers will interact with it. The overall condition has elevated driver workload because of the components that we described, and that combination means that some drivers may experience conditions that are different than what they normally experience. Higher driver workload, greater potential for error. Okay. Can we please turn to image 28?
Page 17, image 28. There we go. So you've got, you gave evidence on this yesterday, and I just, about using the tool, a predictive tool of a safety analysis using enhanced interchange safety analyst tool, ISAT. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and here's, you've got two tables in the 2013 report that I just, that I think are important, and I want to get your explanation on. So we've got a predictive number for accidents and expected. And if I understand, predictive is like how many collisions would happen on each segment if it were to perform at a normal safety level.
That's not exactly correct. It's if it were in comparison to the peers, to the entire group. So what we're looking at is the overall expectation or the overall prediction of what would occur, and then comparing what we would normally expect to see in numbers of collisions in the individual sections.
Okay, and so it's exactly that I want to dig into, because when I look at the predicted, you've got fairly high rates on a number of instances of predicted collisions, and so I want to understand better and get your evidence about what goes into a predicted number. Is it when you contemplate predicted number, are you contemplating well, let me ask this differently. What factors do you take into account in developing a predicted number?
This methodology uses a mathematical analysis called empirical Bayes analysis. And what it attempts to do is to determine numbers of collisions that could occur on a roadway based on both what's actually happening and the long-term performance, the long-term history that's there. The purpose of it is to try to eliminate any short-term deviations, regressions away from the mean, the norm that tend to occur. Collisions have a relatively random component to them, and so you have to be careful not to just look at a short-term period of time, 2 years, 5 years worth of data. You want to look at a long-term history and make sure you factor that in. Just because there's been a blip in number of collisions, an increase in number of collisions over a fairly short period of time, doesn't mean that the location necessarily problematic. You want to look at the long-term performance.
Okay, I understand over time, but are you not also taking into account factors such as a geometry in your predicted number?
And the length of the roadway itself, yes.
Okay, and so for instance here, if you look at, and I think this is, these are freeways, so this is intended to be assessment of tangent sections. What's the freeway segments?
They're the mainline segments.
Mainline segment, okay. So you've got a number for MUD 6 of 51 predicted collisions, for instance. How do you come up with that number?
I should double check. I'm not sure if this is including the ramps and the main lines or not.
Well, the second one is just the ramps.
The second.
If we turn to next
image.
page, next
Yeah.
image.
And then this is the mainline sections adjacent to or the proximity to MUD 6.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the ramps. Can we let's go back to prior one image.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us some understanding as to what you take into account in identifying a predicted number?
Well, as you said, proximity to it defines a location, and what is proximate to it is considered. So the amount of collisions that are occurring would be expected to be higher at a location where there's an on-ramp or an off-ramp present because there's merging activity that occurs at those locations. The other factor which comes into play, however, is also simply the history of the location. So if there have been, if that's a location where congestion occurs, then there would be collisions resulting from rear end crashes into standing queues of traffic, then that results in a higher value.
So isn't it the expected number that gives you the history, because that's the part of the equation that gives you the historical crash records at that location?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so when you're coming up with a predicted, you're looking at location and anticipation because of the challenge that location, which takes into account lanes and curvature and other geometrical factors. Is that not correct?
It is, and again, how that location is actually performed.
Okay. And maybe I'm being too simple here, but do I take from this analysis of predicted numbers that Hamilton should realistically have an expectation that on this segment they would have fairly high collision rates?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure that's a fair way to term it. It's an analysis to understand what is occurring at the location and provide appropriate context to it so that you don't simply look at the pure numbers of the pure frequency of collisions. So it's not as though there's a plan to have collisions at the location. So I just want to clarify that term.
No, I understand that, but in terms of your anticipation of what would likely occur in a location, the predicted number indicates that at these locations you are more likely than not to have a higher number of accidents.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the next image, please? Okay, and this is, am I reading this table 7 is just focused on collisions for ramp segments?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and so if we look at the infamous ramp 6, where is it? Here it is. So that has a predicted number of 23.3 collisions and an expected of 37. So historically, you have more accidents here than you would have predicted. Do I understand that correctly?
Sorry, could you reword that again or restate it, please?
Try and do exactly that. So you've got predicted of 23.3 and expected collisions of 37.1. And do I interpret that to mean that you've got, in fact, a higher number of actual collisions than you would have predicted at the location?
Correct.
Okay. And then your analysis is to try and figure out why that would be and what you can do to reduce that number.
Yes, but I would add the context to it is the purpose of this exercise, which is a mathematical exercise of looking at the collision information, is to flag locations that are statistically anomalies that are not what you would expect, as opposed to just looking at pure numbers of collisions. So it's a better way of digging through the collision records and the quantity of collisions, and it's a more robust way of ensuring that in fact there is a problem here that is different from and verified from a statistical perspective.
And once you identify a problem, then I take it, Mr. Willem, that SEMA would engage in the question of what steps can you as owner, take in order to reduce that number of collisions?
Yes, but I would sort of, again, add the context to it, the purpose of this exercise is to identify locations that have the potential for improvement. So
Right.
the goal of the whole report, the exercise, is to examine, look for potential safety issues, identify where there might be opportunities for improvement, and with those identified using more robust mathematical and statistical techniques, then your potential for success is greater. And I will emphasize that, you know, the historical focus of traffic safety was just to look at numbers of collisions. But if a high number of collisions are occurring for reasons that cannot necessarily be rectified, or whatever, there was some unusual event, an environmental condition that led to a series of collisions, you know, they're not necessarily things that can be resolved. So the purpose of the exercise is to look for places where you're most likely going to have success in improving, reducing numbers of collisions, as opposed to locations where there may just have been a high frequency for some unknown or some random occurrence, and then unable to actually provide a solution or potential solution.
Right, so you're trying to get rid of the anomalies, right?
Well, you're trying to identify the anomalies, and you're trying to quantify the variation from what is statistically would be expected, and then that assists in flagging which locations have the greatest potential for improvement. So both, and it serves two purposes. It identifies specific locations, but it also potentially identifies types of locations. So there may be similarities between locations that are red flagged if you look at the list, as opposed to you know, just location A, location B. All locations of a certain type may have a feature and element that from which benefit could be found if you were to be able to apply it.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Can we please turn to image 2? So this is the second page of the report. It identifies the project team. And this particular report does not have signing lines. And Mr. Malone, is it sometimes seamless practice to deliver final reports that do not have the signatures of the authors?
Our practice changed over time. I'm not exactly sure if we were not signing reports at this time, but our standard, our approach has been to return to that or to provide that.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. So in this instance, I take it you agree with me that this is a final report, notwithstanding it's not signed?
This was consistent with what was being done at the time, yes.
That is, SEMA was delivering final reports that were not necessarily signed.
Correct.
Okay. Can we please turn up overview document 6, image 33? So this refers to a minutes of a progress meeting of July 3 in relation to the report that we just looked at. And I just want to ask you a question on one element here. It records the following discussion about friction. Implementation of high friction pavement countermeasures should not be considered on the main line due to specialized nature of existing pavement and ongoing monitoring, but can be recommended for ramps if required. And I know Ms. Lawrence took you to this. What was the source of the information that you couldn't use a pavement countermeasure on the main line?
My recollection was that it would have come from somebody at the city as opposed to SEMA. I don't recall who would have been the person to state it. But I would note that we were focusing on issues on the ramps, ramp 6 in particular, as opposed to the main line itself in this at this point in the study.
Okay, and I think that the evidence is. Okay, thank you. Can we please go to Hamilton 4660? I'm going to take you to the 2015 report. There we go. So I take it this is your proposal for the work for the 2015 report? I think that they identify it. Is that true?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And if we turn to image 4. And again, I don't have to write that. So can you go back to image 3? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So again, you're taking data from accidents, and you've got historical volume. You've got data about traffic, and you're identifying the expect to receive the design drawings. And I take it, sir, that still in 2015 you don't receive the design drawings.
Well, I think it's worded the way it is. We asked for design drawings, and we included the expectation or the anticipation that we might use aerial photography as an alternate. And correct, we did not receive design drawings.
Thank you. Can we please so you can take up that call up. Thank you. I just want to address the issue of friction testing. Separate direction. In your 2013 report, you seem to recommended that friction testing be conducted. That's the case, sir?
That's correct, yes.
And I've got, and I want to go to overview document 7, image 35. This is an extract from your notebook, August 5, 2015.
Correct, yes.
And I think this records a conversation with Gary Moore. Do I have that right?
The first part of the note records the internal conversation with project staff discussing the status where we were with the report and discussing our recommendations. And the bottom part is, as I highlighted yesterday, partly notes that I had completed in conjunction with the discussion with Mr. Moore, which occurred on August the 6th, which in my diary was this is the bottom of one page, and August 6th starts the top of the next page. And I had used this space below the open space on the August 5th page for part of that notation. So it's a hybrid is what I'm getting at.
Got it. It's great. And as I understood your evidence yesterday, you're recording a conversation with Gary Moore in which he's telling you about the asphalt surface of the Red Hill.
Correct, yes.
And I think in that meeting, he identifies that skid testing has been conducted.
I believe he does state that, because the follow-on the day after, the couple of days after, is when he provides me with the email with some attachments.
Okay, and let's go to that. That's SEMA 10018. So after that discussion in which he identifies the fact that friction testing has been done, he then sends you testing done by MTO in 2007 in this email, which has additional information. That's correct.
He sent me forwarded the email from Mr. Urzakowski.
Right. And I just want to identify here. And I know Ms. Lawrence took you to this, but if we go through where we've got, there's a chart and then below it, and it says below, in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in both directions by Tradewind Scientific using a grip tester. The average FN numbers were as follows. And then they're listed 35, 34, 36, 39. I was puzzled by your evidence. When I read this, it looks as though that Hamilton has in fact exactly done as SEMA recommended and obtained the friction testing that SEMA recommended.
I didn't interpret it that way. I asked Mr. Moore for some clarification about the content, and he provided me with a clear indication that I think his words were both times testing was done by MTO. Tradewind Scientific did not mean anything to me at the time.
So, but here you'll agree with me that you've got an email from a consultant in Ontario. He's forwarded it to you, Dr. Urzakowski's email.
Yes.
And you've got contact information for that expert.
Yes.
And I take it, sir, that you didn't make any effort to contact Dr. Urzakowski for an explanation of the Tradewind data?
No, I received clarification from Mr. Moore that both of the testing groups that were done in 2007 and 2013 were done by the Ministry of Transportation. And our recommendation to the city is that the city should consider undertaking friction testing, that the city should undertake it. And Mr. Moore confirmed for me that the ministry these were results from ministry testing. And so in my view, the action that we had included in our report had not been undertaken by the city, which was for the city to do friction testing.
So notwithstanding that Dr. Urzakowski writes that there's friction testing done by Tradewind, you rely on Mr. Moore's assertion that that's not true and that it's MTO testing that was done in 2013. Do I have that right?
I had no reason not to rely on his input.
In testimony yesterday, you said you were asked, were you able to understand the data, and you said you didn't attempt to. So why is that, sir? Why did you not attempt to understand the data that's set forth in this email?
Well, I guess two reasons. The first one is the data was not had not been done by the city, so it was not a completion of the activity that had been included in our 2013 report that the city undertake friction testing. It was friction testing done by another party. Mr. Moore's response in the emails that follow this and with some red text were clear that the city, Mr. Moore himself, to me, did not have an interpretation of this data. So I didn't go further because I wasn't being shown data that was consistent or following on what had been identified by SEMA, that the city undertake friction testing, and B, there didn't appear to be an understanding or an interpretation of the data by the city themselves. And so my interpretation of this data would not be of assistance to the city in that it wasn't fulfilling the suggestion, the action that we had recommended to the city for them to undertake friction testing of their road.
But surely you're not suggesting that the city had its own resources to undertake friction testing?
I did not know.
You didn't know.
No, I did not know. We recommended friction testing be done by the city. How and when and by whom, internally or externally, they achieve that would be for the city to determine.
So, and let me just ask on that. So you said you were expecting the city to get data and assess it themselves. Who were you thinking at the city was going to be able to assess friction data?
I assumed it would be Mr. Moore or his group, given that they were responsible for the design of the roadway and through his previous explanation identified in the notes, his description of the pavement surface and such.
And later, and I'm not going to go to it because it's later in this chronology, but later you do assess the trade wind data, don't you?
Once it's been identified to me that it was data undertaken for the city.
Sorry, Ms. Lawrence, I'm not going further.
I have popped on the screen to object to the form of the question because it does appear to me, Mr. Commissioner, that Ms. Roberts' question does seek to elicit an answer that extends beyond the period of time that we're talking about now.
So I don't, sorry, Commissioner, forgive me.
No, go ahead. Are you going to ask further questions about his actions in 2019?
No, I'm not.
So
that wasn't the purpose.
This is the only question on this issue?
No, I've got another question, but I'm going to stay within the timeline.
All right, let's hear the question. Go ahead.
So you didn't attempt in 2015 to understand the trade wind friction data?
No, my view was that was for the city to undertake.
And you said yesterday in your testimony that you didn't expect that you to incorporate friction data in the SEMA analysis in 2015. Do I have that? Do I understand that correctly?
Well, there was none to incorporate.
And that's because of your understanding that it was MTO data and somehow proprietary.
It was not city's data. It was identified to me as having been testing that was undertaken by the MTO. And so it had not fulfilled what I was trying to understand as to whether or not the city had done testing following on the recommendation in 2013. And the context of where we are at this moment is trying to make a determination as to whether we're going to include friction testing in the 2015 report.
And how was it that you were intending that friction testing could have been incorporated in your analysis, in your safety analysis?
What we were looking, I'm trying to make sure I understand your question properly.
Well, you've asked for friction testing to be done. You've gotten it, but you're telling me that you didn't think that you could use it because it wasn't in a form that you were expecting it. And so my question is what was it that you expected to get, and how did you intend to incorporate it in your analysis?
We didn't intend to get friction analysis results. What we intended was for the city to undertake friction testing and make their own determination as to whether the results of that testing, if they had it conducted, was to their satisfaction or not.
And is that because friction testing wasn't a necessary component to a safety analysis?
Well, the friction testing is not part of a normal, it's not very common in terms of safety assessments. The other issue with friction measurements is that there are a range of means by which friction can be measured. And so the critically important part in terms of friction is understanding what your baseline is so that you can determine where you are at the current time. Friction testing is friction measurement is most often utilized in terms of looking for a change. The typical issue which occurs on pavements is that they become polished over time, and the friction will change, reducing if the surface was to become polished, or some way otherwise degrade. So knowing your initial friction condition and monitoring your friction change over time is one of the ways that it's done. It's not done very often, but it is a process that's the way it's usually undertaken. So the context of the SEMA recommendation 2013 had been for the city to undertake friction testing so that the city could make determinations as to whether or not they were satisfied with the friction that was available on their road surface to whatever standards and conditions and decision-making processes they were going to use themselves. It's an internal design parameter and operating parameter that the city needs to decide how to utilize, not the external consultant, and at least not SEMA from a safety perspective.
So that in the long and short, though, the friction data is not necessary to your safety analysis.
It could be useful in the safety analysis, but not in the strict sense of the number being this, that, or something else. What would be useful is if the client, the city, had identified that, well, we have a section of this roadway which has more or less friction than is typically provided on our other roadways or in relation to whatever standard we have. That information would be useful in the same way that a design parameter such as a curve radius and other would be utilized from a safety analysis. It would be a factor which could be incorporated into the interpretation as to whether or not a location, whether or not friction is a factor in the outcome. The challenge with this assignment was we had a preponderance of wet road crashes. We also had data that showed high speeds, some relatively high speeds, and we had geometric conditions, overall layout of the roadway that in some locations presented higher workloads for motorists. What we had were contributing factors to collisions potentially, but not necessarily confirmation of causal factors. And so the request for friction assessment by the city of their roads was an attempt for the city to gather information that would help them determine if friction was a causal factor or not.
Okay, so just am I understanding that explanation in like I've summarized this in a way that does justice to the many thoughts that you've provided to us, is that if friction were low, that might be a factor that you should incorporate in your analysis, determining why, particularly you've got wet surface collisions.
If the city had identified, was able to determine that they have friction performance at a given location that is different than the normally expected friction performance that they have on their other roadway network, that could be included in the analysis. Our challenge was we did not know what friction was. We recommended that the city undertake friction testing so that they could make some determinations. They had that output, and then they could potentially have provided information to us. They had not done that yet, so we were still absent any information from the city of assessment of friction on this particular piece of road, and I was not or did not know what they had for other portions of their roadway network.
Okay, and
we had speed data, for example, and that is a potential contributing factor to collisions. Friction could be a contributing factor, but we didn't know. We didn't have data in this, and we were recommending the city undertake some assessment of that so that they could inform themselves and assist in that determination.
Okay. And I'm recognizing that it's at 11:30 and I think I've blown my estimate. I figure I've got probably another 10, 15 minutes, Commissioner. Would you wish to take a morning break or do you want me to finish?
Why don't you finish? We'll take a slightly later break this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Malone, and I recognize that this is a tiring process and I will try and keep it tight. Okay, so I would like please to go to that 2015 report. And I think that's Hamilton 702. And Mr. Malone, do I have this document identified correctly as the final version of this report?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, one of the things that I just want to understand is in the 2013, you used the ISAT analysis to identify areas of higher collision rates where they were above a predicted number. You don't do that here, why not?
We didn't use that software in this process. We had internal software in-house that we utilized.
So you did the same thing using a different software?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Can we please go to image 24? Okay, so this is a summary of collision review, and you've got on the bottom of this page, it identifies what you're calling critical locations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can we please turn to the next image? Okay, and I take it, I think this is exactly the same general location that I took you through in the Phillips drawings. Remember that? Yes. Okay, so this is the area where you identified the most collisions, and you've got critical locations for median-related collisions here. Yes. All right. So if I'm reading from the bottom, I've got northbound direction. There's a 600-meter section around King Street interchange. 40% of the northbound collisions are over 7.5% of the Red Hill length. Now, do I understand that to mean that 40% of the collisions over the whole length of the Red Hill are in this location?
Of the northbound, of the collision in the northbound lanes, yes. And again, the next bullet is southbound direction. There's a 1,100-meter section around King and Queen Street, which are 38% of southbound collisions. Do I have that right? That's 38% of all the southbound? I didn't realize it was a question. Yes. Sorry. Okay. So I take it overwhelmingly that the abundance of, the majority of collisions on the Red Hill are on this segment, which has these 4 tight radius turns and the 2 interchanges, which are close to one another. Yeah, the numbers are as described and they correlated with the locations, yes.
And can we please turn to the next page, image 26? And you talk here about potential contributing factors, and I think you were going to this topic when in our last topic here. You've got 3 identified as potential contributing factors: inadequate skid resistance, polishing, bleeding, contamination. Can I just address those? I take it, sir, that you did not ever see any evidence of bleeding or contamination on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, this list, just these 3 bullets are from a technical document. They're not necessarily specifically referring to the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, and when you identify the polishing, that's a theory as to why there might be a lesser skid resistance?
It's the line is a quote from the document, and it's attributes inadequate skid resistance to those 3 elements or things occurring. So it's not all inclusive of what could potentially impact skid resistance.
Okay, so this is an example from a textbook and not not indicative of any findings on the part of SEMA.
Correct. It's a quotation from the text.
Okay, and you've identified excessive speed in the third of the bullets, and you've given evidence about that I don't tend to focus on. The hazardous maneuvers in the second bullet here may be related to avoidance maneuvers. I take it the sorts of maneuvers that are identified as hazardous might also be maneuvers that one would need in a circumstance where you've got, I think, high driver demand that you described earlier. And
I think that the text which is quoted is more referring to the word you used earlier, aggressive driving behaviors. But I would agree with you that the elevated driver workload would potentially be a contributing factor in wet road conditions.
okay, and again, in the body of this, you then go into and talk about the curves in the. Can we just call it out, please? Another indication. Another indication, that paragraph here. There we go. Yeah, you talk about speed and the curvilinear alignment here. And I take it the conjunction of the speed and the curvilinear alignment you're identifying as potential likely contributing factors to the high number of collisions in the area.
Well, the presence of a curve means there's a requirement for driver input, and therefore it's potentially a contributing factor to a crash that's occurring at that location.
Right, but you're trying to give an explanation for a factual finding of a high number of accidents, and I take it I'm understanding you correctly that the contributing factors you're identifying are the speed and the turns.
Correct. We're listing potential contributing factors to the existence of collisions, and the curvilinear alignment is certainly part of that. The alignment in general, and in this case, it's has a number of curves on it.
All right. I ask you please to Registrar, could you please turn up image 20? Hope I got that right. I think it's page 23. Oh, sorry, image 30, forgive me. My math is clearly failing. There we go. Okay, so this is, you gave testified yesterday about this, the bulb bank analysis that you did. Do I understand this exercise to be, at least in part, to try and assess the super elevations as actually constructed on the Red Hill?
It's not trying to assess the super elevation. What I tried to articulate was that when you do a ball bank test, the super elevation that may be present on the roadway is included. It becomes a factor in determining the result from the ball bank test. So it's an empirical test. You drive through the curve, and because you're driving the location, you're driving it at whatever the super elevation may be. And so it is a component of the result.
Okay, and it's a component in that if the super elevation is correct, that's going to help the driver navigate the turn.
Well, the super elevation is an embankment of the pavement surface, and it will link to the capability of a vehicle to travel through the curve at a higher or lower speed. So if the curve is, to use the example, if a curve was perfectly flat with no super elevation, it would result in a higher ball bank reading than if the curve was super elevated. The ball bank reading would go down. So it becomes a factor in the determination of the ball bank output based on what the super elevation is or is not at the location.
So a super elevation that's correct for the speed would then end up with a lower ball bank result? Do I have that right?
No,
Or have I got it backwards?
Well, no, I'm concerned that you're defining super elevation as being correct or incorrect. Super elevation correlates with the radius of the curve. And
yes.
So, it's not a fixed number as being correct or incorrect for a given speed. There are design guidelines that describe super elevation correlating with a radius of a curve in order to achieve a design speed, and the ball bank test would give you some output that factors in the super elevation. I'm cautious in what I'm understanding the question to maybe be suggesting that super elevation determination of a correct or incorrect super elevation is done by the ball bank test. It's not.
Oh, okay, and we're right on that. I'm just trying to, right now we have a super elevation that we can't see from the design documents, and I'm trying to assess one of the objectives of this ball bank testing. And if I'm understanding that it would give you an indication on super elevation, although I understand it's not a test for it.
It's not a test for it. You cannot make a determination of what super elevation is by doing a ball bank test.
Got it. Okay.
That said, the ball bank test, by definition, by default, because you're traveling the road, is including the existing super elevation in the result that appears. I realize it's confusing, but it's. I just want to be clear that you can't measure super elevation using a ball bank test.
I understand that. Not suggesting you could. Okay, because and I'm not going to go to it, but some of the recommendations here are in terms of adding in barriers. And was consideration given to whether the super elevations were appropriate for the radius and design speed in consideration of whether it was appropriate and necessary to add barriers?
Not directly. Indirectly, as you can see from table 6, the ball bank test passes. So the threshold value of 12 is not breached when you travel through the curve at 100 kilometers per hour. And therefore, the curve does not require supplementary warning. So I would say that, again, we did not measure super elevation with the ball bank test, but the ball bank test validated that there was not a necessity for an advisory speed at the 100 km/h speed. The posted speed for the roadway was 90, so there was no requirement for an advisory speed. And that result was determined driving through the super elevation as it was when we drove through.
Okay. I'm just going to go, can we please go to the next image, 31? So I referenced this earlier and I just want to come to it. So this is paragraph 5.2.2, merging behavior. And here it is that SEMA comments on this somewhat aggressive fashion observed of drivers merging onto the main line as soon as they reach the dash line at the acceleration lane. Jim, can you please call it, Registrar, can you please call it this paragraph? A little bit larger.
I see it, but fine.
You can. A little smaller than that, please. Thank you. So this is a finding. So we have the evidence that in the 2013 report, you've identified some of the short acceleration lanes, and we've got evidence of the turns of the ramps onto the main line on different points of curvature. And here it is, you're observing a behavior of people merging onto the main line.
Well, this is a different location for the most part than the 2013 report.
Yeah.
So the four curves between King and Queenston were not part of the 2013 study.
No, I understand that. But when we talked earlier in this cross-examination about the compressed weaving lane between King and Queenston, is that an example of a location where you observed this aggressive driving technique?
I think we observed it at a number of different on-ramp locations. I note that the text says that it was occasionally observed. And I think that's consistent with my description previously, that there's a range of behaviors by drivers. So some drivers, either by habit or by their potentially aggressive manner, merge immediately upon coming into the ending of the ramp and having the first opportunity at the highway. And so that may be, well, it was identified, and the visibility present at some of these locations was flagged. Several of the sites had, as noted in the bottom part of the first paragraph, high vegetation, growth of foliage and such. And the part of the recommendation was to enhance visibility by maintaining that material.
So that's an easy recommendation to effect on. My proposition to you, though, sir, is that because the weaving lanes are short, because the acceleration lanes are short, as you've identified, that will encourage the driver behavior identified in this paragraph. Do you agree?
No, I'm not sure I fully agree that that motivates the driver behavior. Not the driver behavior described here as entering immediately or aggressive, and at least as we were describing it. I'm not disagreeing with the description of the length of the on-ramps, but I'm not sure that that's the motivating factor in the driver behavior.
Okay, and in this you say, let me just read it, that drivers entering the Red Hill from the on-ramp tend to do so in a somewhat aggressive fashion, merging onto the main line as soon as they reach the dash line at the acceleration lane. This may be due to a potential perception by drivers that some acceleration lanes along the Red Hill Valley Parkway are too short.
Yeah, the first word before the paragraph or the portion you read, again, says occasionally. So there are a range of behaviors by motorists. I'm not disputing it. And some, potentially do exactly what you're describing, but I don't think it's a consistent fact applied to all motorists is perhaps where I'm going.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay. And you're not agreeing that it's necessarily causal. That is, the short lanes are necessarily encouraging the behavior.
It may be the element that encourages some drivers' behaviors, but I guess where I'm being obstructionist is that there's a wide range of driver behaviors, and I don't think it's fair to characterize that element of the design as the reason for driver behavior, nor to describe the behavior as being consistent by all drivers. As described, it was occasional. So we're identifying these elements that could be sources of problems, and certainly a shorter on-ramp, could be a factor in a potential collision occurring.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll wrap up. Just one last series of questions. Can we please go to the second image here? So this is, so we identified the final version of the 2015 Red Hill Valley Parkway detailed safety analysis. Can we please go to the next image? There we go. And this version does have signing lines. I take it, sir, that it remains SEMA's final report, notwithstanding that it wasn't signed.
I'd have to verify the version, but obviously it's unsigned, yes.
Just want to go to one last document. It's SEMA 2606.
Sure, Council, do you mind just repeating that call out for me?
I think it's SEMA 9606. So I think that Ms. Lawrence took you to this, and I won't dwell on it. So could we please call out the 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth paragraph, playing this statistical argument? So this email is about the speed on the Red Hill, and you're talking about the discrepancy in the data between Pyramid. But I just want to call it just a different point. It's agreed that it said, sentence beginning, also agreed by all is that a large number of users exceed the posted speed limit. Apparently, approximately 90% you've identified here. It's also clear that there are at least some vehicles with very high excessive speeds on a daily basis. That particular behavior, given the geometric limitations of the highway, is a recipe for disaster. What geometric limitations are you referring to?
Well, the geometric limitations are the curves, for the most part. At some point if the speed of a vehicle is high enough, the limitations of the physics will be exceeded and the vehicle will not be able to traverse a curve. On a straight, flat piece of road, you can travel at virtually an infinite speed. But on a curvilinear road, there are limits as to what you would be capable of traveling through. So the sentence is essentially relating that situation. As speeds increase and as speeds become excessive, there are geometric limitations that will be hit, and that becomes the situation in which a collision can occur. There's a lot. I would add that there is quite a bit of leeway in the design of a curve of a roadway and the speed through which a vehicle is physically capable of traveling through it. And that speed also varies from vehicle to vehicle. I mean, the example we use in training is that it's different if you're traveling around a curve with a large truck with a high mounted load versus a Ferrari. So there are definite wide variations as to what speed becomes the limitation, and sub-elements such as the tires on the car and so on and so forth, and the driver's capabilities will also deal with it.
But this is a general observation.
Exactly. In the
Okay.
general sense, high speeds on curves and higher speeds or extremely high speeds is a recipe for disaster. That's where crashes will occur.
Okay, and then can we just go to the next paragraph? Can you call that out, please, Registrar? So you made the generalization that you made the empirical observation that people are driving high, and that on the curvilinear section is problematic. And then you make the observation here is that you've got an expectation. I think if I'm reading this correctly, we concluded that some drivers are unaware of the potential consequences of their behavior since they likely perceive the road as just another 400 series highway. It is not, particularly on the Red Hill section. And do you mean by that people driving between the QEW and the 403 who choose to use the Red Hill and Link have an expectation that they can travel the road just as you would on a straight 400 series? Am I understanding you correctly?
I think the comment was made, I think, trying to reflect our view that the roadway looks like a 400 series highway. It has divided lanes, center median, shoulders on each side, overhead guide signs. And so the overall tone and feel of the roadway is consistent with what you would experience on 400 series highways elsewhere in the province. And so because of that, and using your word from earlier, drivers' expectations may be driven by that pre-informed knowledge of what they experience elsewhere on 400 series highways, and not necessarily recognize the differences that are present here. There certainly was a variance from multiple variances from the 400 series highways. Posted speed limit of 90 kilometers per hour, for example, is one of those. But drivers have competing information. They have a view of the roadway as they travel it, and they may make their decisions based on that previous expectation of what they're going to, how they can, and what they're going to experience as they travel the roadway, as opposed to paying full attention to every aspect that's in front of them.
And a driver with an expectation of a 400 series highway might be surprised by the curvilinear alignment of the Red Hill. That's the case, sir, is it not?
Well, drivers experience curvilinear alignment regularly, and there are many 400 series highways that have curvilinear alignment. In this particular highway does have some tighter curves and some closer proximity interchanges that are commonly found on 400 series highways. And that element may not be as clearly aware to, or clearly visible, and some drivers may not be fully aware of it when they encounter it.
And therefore surprised.
It could occur, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions, sir. And thank you for your patience, Mr. Malone. I've taken you quite long. Commissioner, I apologize for going over my
Okay.
estimated time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. Let's come back. 7 minutes past noon. We've got to try to stay close to the timetable here. We're running quite far behind. So let's take our break until that point.
Commissioner, the city had questions and examination and was anticipated to go about an hour.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malone.
Good
My,
afternoon.
my name is Delma Contractor. I'm counsel to the city. I'm going to ask you a few questions today about some of the topics that you covered with my friends and some others as well. I'm going to jump around a little bit to try to be as efficient as possible. So if you have any questions or you want me to give you a bit more context, just let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I want to start by understanding a bit more about your friction expertise and background. I understood from your evidence yesterday that in 2015, you had some knowledge and experience with pavement friction design. And I believe you also stated that friction measurement and evaluation and performance specification for friction was not part of your standard work as a road safety professional. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And I think earlier today as well, you mentioned that friction is not common in terms of safety assessments. That's not commonly done.
Correct.
So fair to say that in 2015, you did not have expertise in pavement friction beyond pavement friction design.
Correct, yes.
And I gathered that based on your experience working with city staff in 13 and in 15 on the Red Hill, and you didn't understand the staff members to have expertise in pavement friction, perhaps beyond pavement design.
Not sure I understand your question fully. You're asking me, did I know which or who or what the expertise was of individual staff members of the city?
Sure. So you worked with a few staff members at the city in the context of the 2013 and 2015 SEMA report. And I'd like to know what your understanding was of whether any of those staff members appeared to have any particular expertise in pavement friction, not related to pavement friction design.
I think I understand your question. No, I didn't have specific knowledge of the knowledge of individual City of Hamilton employees.
Right. So that's a bit of a different question. I want to know whether you understood that they did not have any expertise in pavement friction. There was nothing based on your discussions with them or their correspondence that suggested to you that any of the staff members that you worked with in the context of the 13 and 15 report had an expertise in pavement friction, again, other than design.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the way you're wording it, but I did not know that they did have, and nor did I know whether they did not have expertise.
Okay. And nothing based on your communications with them suggested that they did have an expertise. Is that right?
And I think that is correct. Yes, nothing specifically identified what their expertise was.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to now chat about collision data, particularly in the 2013 SEMA report. And so, Mr. Registrar, if we could please go to CIM 8082.0001 and to image 16 particularly. Thanks very much. And if you could please call out section 4.1. All right. So this section, or actually as part of the 2013 SEMA report, and we know that your team conducted a collision analysis of the study area. And this section lays out the purpose of that collision analysis. And it states that the purpose is to identify locations that have a higher than average number of collisions and locations where the proportion of different types of collisions are unusually high. Do you see that?
I do.
And I understand that SEMA used two different types of analysis to meet that objective. The first was strictly through historical observed number of collisions. And the second was the enhanced interchange safety analysis tool, which I'm just going to refer to as the tool, if that's clear enough for you.
Yes.
Okay. And you see that the section lays out those two separate types of analysis.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to understand both of these methods a little bit more, and I want to go through the report, which provides a helpful description of them. So if we could now please, Mr. Registrar, go to image 26. Okay. And the tool, as I understand it, is automated, and it's used to assess the safety of freeway facilities. And there are three different types of analysis that can be done, and you see them on the screen under 4.2.2 with the little plus signs. And am I correct that the analysis that was done here was the safety system management analysis, which looks at the safety performance of several facilities and determines what countermeasures and where to implement them so that the greatest impact on safety is achieved?
Yes, that's what it states.
Right. But and that is the analysis that was done here. You didn't do an economic analysis or reconstruction project prioritization, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And if we can go back to 4.2.1, so I think just the page before, Mr. Registrar. And perfect, thanks very much. Based on my understanding of this section, the way that this tool completes its analysis is by looking at three distinct values. The first value is observed collisions, which are the number of collisions that occur at a location or segment. That's correct?
For the time period that you have data available, yes.
Right. And the predicted number of collisions is the average number of collisions that the tool expects a location to have. And this expectation is based on a mathematical equation that describes the best fit relationship between the number of collisions on a road and the characteristics of the road, such as volume or environmental type.
Correct. You're reading from the document. Yes.
I'm reading from the document, yeah. And the expected number of collisions basically combines the observed and the predicted using an empirical method.
Again, correct.
Okay, and generally speaking, when the observed number of collisions is greater than the predicted number, the indication is that the location is performing worse than average, and where the observed number is lower than the predicted, the indication is that the location is performing better than average. Do I have that right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Okay, so going back to the objective of the collision analysis, which was to identify the locations where collisions are unusually high. I take it that the way to do that with this particular tool is to compare the observed with reference to the predicted to figure out whether it's unusually high or not, with the predicted being a baseline. Is that right?
Yes. The graphic on the next page may be of assistance as well.
Sure. Mr. Registrar, please.
Or, yeah.
And there's a section 4.2.3 that speaks to this as well. And if it would be helpful, we can go to that.
Sure. So, sorry, would you like me to proceed or?
Well, why don't I take you to that, and then we can go back to the chart as well.
Okay.
If we can go to image 28, and under the tool results, you'll see that it says, in general, when the observed number of collisions is less than the predicted, this is an indication that the location is performing better than average. And so if our objective is to understand whether the collisions are unusually high, we're using the predicted value as a comparator, as the comparator, I think is the best way to put that. Is that right?
I would use slightly different wording. I'd say we're using the predicted, we're using the observed to modify the determination of the predicted.
Right. What it states here is that when the observed number of collisions is less than the predicted, so if the number of collisions are 5 and the predicted is 10, then that means that 5 collisions are not unusually high for that segment. Is that a fair, am I understanding that correctly?
Just if you could repeat your explanation again, that would make sure I've got it right.
Sure.
I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
Sure. So just based off that second sentence in this paragraph, right, which says if your observed number of collisions is less than the predicted, then this is an indication that the location is performing better than average. And so what I'm asking if that, essentially what that means to me is that when we're looking at whether collisions are unusually high, which again is the objective of this analysis, we can do that by comparing the observed to the predicted. So for example, if the observed number of collisions is 5 and the predicted is 10, 5 is less than 10, which would mean that that was an indication that that segment is performing better than average or is not unusually high.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so on Monday, Commission Council asked you about this tool, and you were asked about it again today, specifically about what it is that it tells you about the Red Hill and how it's performing. And I believe that you said that it tells us that some sections, as you break into segments or ramp, are performing better than you would expect for that type of facility, and some are performing worse. Essentially, it's a statistical tool that can help flat locations in comparison to what their expected performance would be. Is that correct?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay. And again, this is based on the idea that we just spoke about, that when the observed number of collisions is less than the predicted number, the indication is that the location is performing worse. So it allows you to compare facilities using the predicted number as a comparator.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you might have just flipped them around there.
Okay. And it allows you to compare the collision rate of different facilities based on the delta between the observed, using the predicted value as a comparator.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Okay. There's one section in this report with respect to the tool that you haven't been taken to, and I want to spend a few minutes on that because I do think that it's quite important. And if we can go to image 27 and call out the section, the limitations of ISATE. And I don't know if you can call out the entire section. Beautiful. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Thanks.
Okay. And so based on this section, my understanding is that using this tool to conduct a safety analysis on the Red Hill has a significant limitation in that the mathematical equation that's used to design the predicted number, the comparator, and the mathematical number that's used to determine that is not calibrated for Hamilton. It's only calibrated for the US.
Yes, that's correct. The tool is not was not built using Hamilton data. It was a US based, is a US based tool, and but it still gives a means to examine the data and try to eliminate some of the biases that may exist with the pure collision frequency data.
Right. And I understand that it was not calibrated for Hamilton because there just simply wasn't sufficient collision data.
Well, it hadn't been done. I mean, Hamilton has sufficient data to calibrate the safety performance functions for use in a tool like this. At the time, in 2013, Hamilton had not done it. It was pretty rare for municipalities in Canada to do it. It's become much more common, and more municipalities do, but it's not a matter of there not being enough data. It simply had not been done.
Okay, I was just citing the third paragraph, which says there is insufficient data in the current study to calibrate the SPFs, which is the value tied to the predictive number in ISATE for Hamilton. The user manual states that each site type, there should be at least 100 collisions per year. For the Red Hill corridor, there were only 160 total collisions for all site types spread over 5 years. The question should have been that there's insufficient data for the Red Hill to calibrate the Red Hill. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, the safety performance function is a curve that has been fitted to some data, and you need sufficient amounts of data in order to have a good fit of a curve. It had not been done for Hamilton, and so the tool has built-in defaults to it, and that's what was used. And that's exactly what's being highlighted in the report.
Right. And it states that calibration is important because it ensures that the evaluations of the results are meaningful and accurate for a specific jurisdiction.
It will improve accuracy if the safety performance functions which are used in the tool are adapted, modified in conjunction with the specific jurisdiction, yes.
Okay. And it goes on to say that without proper calibration, it's not suitable to compare the observed number of collisions on the Red Hill to the predicted number. That it's only suitable for relative rankings and not for absolute collision values. And so what I understood from that is that you can use this tool to create a ranking of the segments of the Red Hill, but that it's not suitable for absolute collision values. It's not suitable to be compared to other facilities.
Yes, I think that's a correct interpretation. The Just trying to think if I need to supplement the description you gave. As I highlighted earlier, that we used it in that manner. The value of the tool is to help understand the potential for safety improvement. And I mean that in a magnitude sense, as opposed to an absolute number. Perhaps that's the addition that's needed.
Right. But that magnitude is only with respect to the various segments of the Red Hill and not with respect to reference to what's expected at other facilities.
Yes, I would agree. That's correct.
Okay. And if I could put this in very simple terms for those of us that are not safety professionals, is it fair to say that we cannot here use, or it's not suitable to use the predicted number because it would be a little bit like comparing apples to oranges because the tool's not calibrated for the Red Hill?
Sorry, when you say use, can you define what you mean by use?
For the purposes of the collision analysis, which again was to identify whether there are spots on the Red Hill or the collisions on the Red Hill are unusually high. And I'm suggesting to you that the predicted value cannot be used to establish whether the collisions are unusually high using this tool to compare to other facilities. It can only be used to rank the relative locations of the Red Hill.
Yes.
Okay.
The latter part of your description being the most important. It's a relative ranking on the facility that you're looking at, not comparison to other facilities elsewhere.
Okay. All right. And if we can go please to image 30, Mr. Registrar. So this table 7, lists the observed, predicted, and expected number of collisions for the ramp segments. And my friend took you to this earlier today as well. But I want to clarify my understanding of it based on what we just discussed. And so if we look at, for example, ramp 6, that has a observed collision of 40, I believe, and a predicted value of 23.3. And because of the lack of calibration that we just discussed, we cannot rely on this to mean that the number of collisions on ramp 6 are twice as high as you would expect at other facilities. Is that right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, the last two columns give you input that allows a relative comparison between each of the rows, but not an absolute determination of the number that it should be at. And I think confirming what you stated, and that's because the safety performance function that things are used to compare against is not calibrated for Hamilton,
right,
or the Red Hill in particular.
Okay. And I take it that, of course, the segments of the Red Hill that formed part of the study area in 2013, they have different characteristics, right? Some areas have greater curvature and some are more linear. And so in that sense, comparing that relative ranking may have some limitations as well in terms of a comparison of what you would expect, but might assist in determining where the greatest potential for, which area has the greatest potential benefit of improving safety.
It is one of the limitations of the methodology of the approach. It's not perfect by any means. how finely you divide, you segment the roadway that you're looking at becomes, if you take it too far, then you're just looking at individual locations and you're losing the whole value of the comparative analysis.
Right.
So typically ramps would be grouped together, curvilinear sections of highway grouped together, straight portions of highway grouped together, if there is a safety performance function that's relates to each of those types of conditions. But if you're suggesting, well, should you continue to break down further and further and further into ramps that are one configuration as compared to ramps of another configuration? I mean, it's potentially possible, but it begins to degrade into meaningless information.
Understood. So we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. I want to now turn to the other kind of safety analysis that SEMA undertook in the 13 SEMA report. And that was to look at the historical observed number of collisions and compare it to the provincial and municipal averages, again, to determine, are the number of collisions unusually high? So let's compare to the province, let's compare them to what's happening in the rest of Hamilton. And we know, based on our discussion, and I think you've confirmed this before, that when we're comparing collision rates, it's important that we're comparing the rates of like roads, right? And so, for instance, you just indicated that the linear sections of the main line should be compared to each other and the ramps should be compared to each other. Or a straight road should not be compared to a curvy road, for example, because there are different average expected. The expected number of average collisions is different for those two types of roads. Is that right?
You would expect different outcomes of collisions based on different types of roads. I would throw a caution in a little bit. You said collision rates, and collision rates imply a direct correlation with volume of traffic, and so there's collision frequency and collision rate are two different things. They shouldn't be merged together. But I think I agree with your point or your description that collisions would be different on a ramp than would be on a main line, and collisions would potentially be different on a certain type of ramp than another type of ramp in that example.
Right, and I think on Monday, your evidence was that you would generally expect a straight road to have fewer collisions than a curvy road. That makes sense to me. That's right.
Well, remember there are contributing factors to collisions. So certainly some of those would be the geometric elements that we're talking about: ramps, curves, main lines, straight. But other elements would be more generic: daytime, nighttime, wet road, dry road. So there are elements which are linked to geometry, the causal factors of collisions, and there are elements that would be linked to other factors which are not unique to the geometry. They may be consistent, like the weather condition.
Right, and those factors that aren't linked to the geometry may still have a disproportionate impact on curvy roads, for example. So again, I think on Monday you stated a roadway that has a curvy alignment is more likely to have wet weather collisions. That's correct? I
don't recall the exact quote. I guess I would add to it that the factors can indeed compound, if that's what you're suggesting.
Yep, that's my question. Thank you. Okay, so if we can go please to image 23 again, Mr. Registrar, of the report that we just had up. Okay, so we're still in the 2013 SEMA report, and here the report is providing a breakdown of collisions on the Red Hill for the study area, broken down by dry, snow, ice, wet, and other. And at the bottom of that, I wonder, Mr. Registrar, if you could pull up the next page as well and call out the bottom paragraph of this page and the top paragraph of the next page, as you did so effectively before. Okay. And so here, this paragraph states that the overall average of collisions that occurred under wet road surface condition is 46% when compared to the provincial average of 17.4% and the City of Hamilton average of 13%. And if we look at the footnote, which is footnote 9 for the provincial average, for example, that takes us to the Ontario Road Safety Annual Report, which is a report prepared by the Ministry of Transportation. And I take it that you're generally familiar with this report. It's done annually.
Yes.
And my review of the report is that it provides the collision data for all roads in Ontario that they have data for. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And it provides breakdowns by environmental condition and collision type and all kinds of other factors.
Correct.
And this stat is based on the number of collisions that occur in wet weather conditions for all roadways, again, in Ontario that they have data for, and not specifically with respect to curvy roadways, for example.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so, for example, I believe yesterday you stated that comparing the Red Hill stats, collision stats, to the 400, Highway 400 would not be accurate comparator because the 400 is long and straight and it's not a direct comparison.
You need to be aware of the differences in doing a comparison, yes.
Right, because otherwise it could suggest that one roadway that has curves, when compared to a collection of other roadways that has straight roads and curves, has a lower collision rate because of the number of straight roads, for example, in the comparator group.
Again, you brought collision rate into it, but
Sorry, I thank you. I meant the number of collisions.
yes, I understand what you're stating is that the provincial or the provincial average that you highlighted is for all roads in Ontario. The section of roadway being discussed in the report is not equivalent to all roads in Ontario.
Thank you. And we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. Am I correct that, and you alluded to this earlier, that a more accurate way to analyze that collision data would be to break it down into segments, not into too many segments, but into segments based on their curvature, and then compare the collision data that way. So segments with similar curvature would be compared to each other. Is that fair?
Ideally, you would provide an apples to apples comparison. Yes.
Right. And I know that this is this will be discussed later on in your testimony, but I believe SEMA does eventually provide such analysis in 18 and 19.
We did further analysis in 2018 and 19. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, sorry, can we bring that report back up and go to image 21? And we can call out figure 5. So just the table there, perfect. Okay, just wanted to clarify a small point here. So this figure provides a pie chart breakdown of collision types on the study area. And the blue we can see in the top left-hand corner represents SMVs. And am I correct that the numbers in the circle represent the actual number of collisions?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So for example, if we look at ramp 5, it has 2 SMVs and 2 rear ends and 1 side swipe. So about 40% of the collisions on ramp 5 are SMV.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And similarly for ramp 8 and 10 and 3, there's only 1 collision, which is an SMV. So 100% of the collisions are SMV.
That would be correct, yes.
And if we look at ramp 6, and that's about 92%.
I don't know what the total is in front of us, but
Sorry, you don't know what the total, so the total would be 40. And so then be just the percentage of 37 out of 40, which I won't make you do the math, but it is cited at the bottom paragraph, so we can take a look at that.
yeah, whatever the calculation is from the total, yes.
Right, okay. And so if we could go back, Mr. Registrar, to the bottom, to the next paragraph, or the next page rather, you'll see that the report states that the proportion of SMV collisions on ramp 6 is significantly higher than all other locations, with more than 92% of collisions being SMVs. We know that there are 3 locations, for instance, that do have a higher proportion of SMV collisions, right? We just saw that with ramps 3, 8, and 10. So that's not precise.
Agreed.
And again, it goes on to state that the percentage of SMVs on ramp 6 are notable when compared to the provincial average of SMV collisions. And so the same issue that we discussed earlier about comparing apples to apples would apply here, correct?
Yeah, there are some deficiencies in the approach for sure.
And so you'd agree with me that to understand whether or not the number of collisions on ramp 6 are unusually high, it would be more accurate to compare the number of collisions on that ramp to a roadway or a ramp with similar curvature. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it would be. Ideally, you would want to compare to ramps of similar configuration. The ramp 3, for example, in this image, and ramp 6 have somewhat similar configurations. 270-degree ramps, tighter geometry on the ramp 6, and whatever other features are present. So there is some ability to provide comparison when looking at gross numbers of collisions, collision frequency. But there are limitations to it for sure.
And I think we can take that down. I'm going to now just ask you a few general questions about CIMA's process with respect to working with clients and preparing draft reports and reports generally. I take it, Mr. Malone, that it's common practice for CIMA to have meetings with the client on a particular engagement to provide your preliminary views to the client.
We usually build in progress meetings, a project kickoff meeting, and then progress meetings as may be appropriate throughout. Sometimes the client will demand that in their request for proposals. Sometimes we'll propose it. The quantity will vary depending on the project.
Understood. And as part of the discussions you have in those meetings, common to include your preliminary BC analysis for the specific potential measures that you may be considering at the time.
Sorry, you asked if it is common to include that?
Yeah.
It's not uncommon. Not every project includes a benefit cost analysis, for example, so obviously would not be included in that. It can and could be included. It's a useful piece of information as you're making decisions as to where the report will end up.
Right. And I take it, again, not uncommon for CIMA to receive feedback from the client, including additional information that CIMA may need to be aware of that are relevant to potential recommendations, costing information that may impact the cost-benefit analysis, and generally factors like that. Is that fair?
Yes, I think the communication and discussion with the client as the project progresses is useful. It avoids getting to the end of the completion of the project and then finding out you've missed some piece of information or misinterpreted something. So it's a way to maintain efficiency in the project. They also serve, the meetings serve the function of keeping the client informed as to what progress is being made. And so they are confident that the things are proceeding in accordance with plan, again, rather than getting surprised at the end of the day that we're behind schedule or something like that.
Right. And I think you mentioned on Monday that these types of meetings are important to ensure that any ideas that are ultimately recommended or measures that are ultimately recommended are reasonable and viable for potential implementation.
Yeah, the view we take is that it's important to ensure the client has an understanding of what's transpiring. The client has an intimate knowledge of the locations that are being assessed in the project, and they can provide valuable input. Things that may not be clearly aware to the consultant, so they can improve our knowledge and raise points, and as occurred in this case, clarify things like scope for us. And to a certain extent, it's even I won't say more important, but it is important for roster assignments, because the formulation of the RFP process or the request for proposal process is fast-tracked. So there's not necessarily a long, detailed assessment and or completion of a formal written document for the consultant to respond to with a roster assignment. I mean, that's part of the advantage of it, is that it moves things quickly, but it by necessity then calls for or should can benefit from ongoing communication.
And Mr. Malone, you'd agree with me that ultimately the report that CIMA submits to the client, the final report, it's of course important that that report reflects CIMA's opinion on what recommendations could or should be recommended in the study area.
That's why the client has hired us. They're seeking our input and our opinion. It's a professional opinion relating to a particular matter.
Right. And important that the report include your opinion on timelines by which those measures can be implemented as well.
Yeah, I do agree that it's important that include our input with respect to timelines. But I would also, I think it's important to recognize that the client also has an important involvement in timelines, particularly given that the consultant may not have sufficient knowledge of the inner workings of the organization to be able to know timelines. And of course, as a consultant, we don't control the timelines either. So we're aware of that in writing our reports, and we try to make sure that we communicate to clients things like timelines so that they can be reasonable when they are included in the report.
Right. I understand that you cannot control the timeline by which the city implements any measures that are listed in the report. But it is important that CIMA's recommendation with respect to timeline reflect CIMA's opinion.
Yes, I think we certainly provide an opinion with respect to timeline when we provide it, but part of that opinion may require input from the client in order to ensure that it is reasonable. And the example I gave yesterday was if an item requires capital budgeting, if we misinterpret or don't understand that something requires an extensive capital budgeting or other form of process that must be followed through in order to achieve it, that's a deficiency on our part, and the client can help inform us as to what steps may be required, to get to implementation of item number X, instead of the consultant's interpretation that it was one step, two-step complete. They say, no, there's 3, 4 other steps in between. You weren't aware of that. That potentially impacts timeline. So, long way around, but I won't say it's iterative. Certainly the consultant provides definitely input about it, but it is informed and should be by the client as well. Otherwise, you're acting in a vacuum.
Right, but we've seen one example, at least in the context of the 15 report, where a CIMA staff member understands the city to be requesting a change in the timeline for one of the recommendations. We've seen a comment on one of the drafts saying, I don't agree with this. And ultimately, CIMA maintained its original recommendation of a short timeline for that particular measure. So, what I'm hearing you to say is that certainly the client has the opportunity to provide feedback and give CIMA information that it may not have, so that CIMA can make an informed recommendation with respect to timeline, but ultimately CIMA would not recommend a timeline that it did not agree with. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we would not recommend a timeline that we don't agree with, but we would want to make sure that we've been informed as much as we can be to make a reasonably informed recommendation regarding a timeline. We recognize fully that the client will determine at the end of the day the timelines themselves, and we're trying to make sure that we haven't made an error or a misunderstanding. So we're trying to incorporate that, but certainly we will agree to disagree in some circumstances.
Right, and the same would go for recommendations. CIMA would not include any recommendations or omit any recommendations that it does not agree with.
Yes, we make the recommendations based on our professional opinions. In a similar manner, we'll make sure that we're fully informed by the municipality. One of the challenges with road safety assessments, as I highlighted yesterday, is that we're dealing with an existing facility, and that concept of sort of backing up or changing something that's already in place is always a little bit unclear as to where it resides. In some circumstances, it is fully appropriate to do that, and in others, it's not possible. So we try to make sure we understand that context properly.
Understood. Mr. Commissioner, I'm about to move on to another section, and I note that we're approaching lunchtime. I'm happy to continue, or I'm happy to take a break for lunch now. In your hands.
Okay, let's take our break now. I'm going to suggest we take a 1-hour break and we return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Commissioner, before I continue with my questions, I wanted to note what I relayed to Ms. Lawrence, and that unfortunately, although I did estimate an hour, I think I will be a bit longer, but I will do my best to try to wrap up in the next hour.
Okay, well, I'd ask you to do that. I note that Golders also went over, but they were a little less than an hour and a half. You've already had pretty close to an hour. I am, as you may expect, also very sensitive to two things relating to scheduling. One is that Mr. Appleby has been here for some time, and he's scheduled to be examined this afternoon, or to give his evidence this afternoon, and also that we only have half a day tomorrow to wind up with Mr. Appleby. So we have to make sure that we keep to that schedule. So I would ask that you limit your questions to the hour between now and 3 o'clock.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Malone, I'm going to try to speed through a couple of things and again, jump around a little bit, but if you need any clarification, do let me know. Mr. Registrar, if we could go to CIN 8082, image 13. And while they do that, I'll start with my questions. So I understand that the objective of the 2013 safety report, as is described in the language that we'll see shortly, was to review a portion of the Red Hill to determine the safety performance of the roadway. And that's just at the bottom under study objectives, now that we have that page up. And determine the safety performance of the roadway and recommend viable potential measures that could be implemented to increase safety performance or driver sense of security. And from that, I understand that their mandate was to provide SEMA's opinion on the safety performance of the area, so collision data, and identify any measures that the city could implement and a timeline by which they could implement those measures. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think that's consistent with a road safety audit or road safety review that was undertaken. I mean, the road safety reviews are, to be clear, it's not an engineering design process. It's an assessment of an existing condition, looking for opportunities to make it a more safe condition than what might otherwise be present. But I would highlight that we do a lot of road safety assessments in our work. It's my profession, and one of the things that happens with it is the client sometimes comes to us with a request, as a patient might go to a doctor saying, I have a problem. I need a certain thing. I need a certain pill. I want you to prescribe this for me to make me better. But like a good doctor, the first thing you do is you go back and start to look at the symptoms. You complete a diagnosis of what's going on. You come to some conclusion as to what issues are present, and then you would make some determination what, if any, prescription, to use that analogy, would be necessary. So that, in a nutshell, that's the approach of the study, and that's why we talk about trying to implement and increase safety performance. Nobody can make a road safe. You make a road more safe, and you try to determine how much less safe it might be than similar types of facilities. So short answer is, yeah, that's our intent.
Understood. And yesterday, in the context of the 2015 report, and specifically in the context of revisions that SEMA made to the 2015 report, from recommendations to should be considered, your evidence was that you specifically used that term. It was intentionally selected because it has a very specific meaning in traffic and transportation engineering. The word indicates that the action should be done unless there's a reason not to. And that was the part of the reason for the change from recommendation to should be considered. And so SEMA, I gather, is intentional about its use of the word should, as it has a specific meaning.
In the years I've been practicing, there has certainly been clarification about the use of that word. I think it had been somewhat casual in the past as implying optional by some interpretations, and that interpretation has become much more clear in things like design guidelines and in the traffic engineering world, guidelines related to traffic controls and signs and markings and such. And so, yes, the choice of the word is specific. It's different than the previous version. I commented yesterday, but I take the same position today, which is that I was not concerned by the title change from recommendations to options for consideration, because first of all, the entire content is exactly the same. So all of the 10 items that were listed in the version that said recommendations were the same 10 items that were listed in the subsequent version. And the wording was enhanced in my view. And the traffic engineering professionals that we were delivering the report to would understand that.
Understood. And so if should, as you stated, has a specific meaning that the action should be done unless there's a reason not to, it follows then could be considered has a different meaning. It suggests that an action could be done but is not required. Is that fair?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Okay, and we can go to the report if we need, or the page if we need to, but I understand that short-term, medium-term, and long-term in the 13 report were defined as short-term was 0 to 5 years, medium-term was 5 to 10 years, and long-term was 10 plus years. And so what that would mean is that for short-term measures, SEMA recommends that the city consider implementing short-term measures at some point between 0 and 5 years. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, and again, I think with the appropriate input from the municipality, from the city, with respect to whether that is viable for them from a variety of perspectives, budgeting and such. But yes, the intent. And I think it is a reflection, as was discussed yesterday, of the practical realities. Installing a sign is a simpler process than installing a much more significant capital expenditure. So part of it is simply related to that reality, and other is it implies a timeline that we think would be reasonable to be achieved.
Right. So I take it that the same definition applies to the 15 report?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please, Mr. Registrar, go to image 50 of report that you have up? I'd like to chat now about the friction testing recommendation in both the 13 and the 15 report. And I gather that at this point, SEMA had not come to any conclusion about whether the city had inadequate skid resistance and whether this was related to the number of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill.
Yes, I think that's
right.
it. We did not have sufficient information to understand it, and the recommendation was for the city to gather that information, to obtain it, and to assess it within the context of what their parameters would be for acceptable friction for the city of Hamilton.
Right, and friction testing was included here as a way for the city to assess the frictional characteristics of the roadway.
Correct.
Right. And that was your evidence yesterday. And again, I'm not going to take you to it, but I think yesterday and today you've advised that the reference in the 2015 report to potential contributing factors, which were listed as speed, inadequate skid resistance, and hazardous maneuvers. Those were general factors that one would consider with respect to wet weather, and not specific factors related to the Red Hill based on your assessment.
You're referring to the 3 bullets that were noted in the document?
That's right.
Yeah, first of all, as stated, they were quoted from the reference document, but they also serve as a support for the recommendation for friction testing. The friction is considered, in accordance with the reference document, to be one of the elements that could be a contributing factor in wet road collisions.
Right, and so friction testing would assist in understanding which of these factors may be more relevant, or might help understanding whether inadequate skid resistance would be a contributing factor.
Well, it would give you some understanding of what the friction capacity is of the roadway if you assess it. So we basically have a blank in understanding of what friction is.
Right.
I should back up. There's an assumption in fundamental design, and there's an assumption in road safety assessment that a certain amount of friction will be available on the road surface. So the design incorporates a friction value in various ways that have been discussed, and there's a built-in assumption that is present. And road designs, as I know from listening to some testimony and from my knowledge in the subject area, is that are intended to provide a certain amount of friction, but it's not common for friction levels to be measured to give the check mark that the road is okay. It's assumed that it is present, and you go from there. In this case, we're questioning that assumption.
And to be clear, you were questioning the assumption as to whether they met the design values?
We were questioning the assumption that friction at some value was present. We didn't know. We couldn't confirm the element as a component of the diagnosis, if to go back to my analogy. So we knew speed, we understood some information about speed, and we could make some determinations as to how that may be a contributing factor in outcome of events. What we did not know was friction values.
Okay, and if we look at the last line of 6.1.1, it states, because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions and SMB collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. And so you'd agree with me that here it does not state that based on the design specifications, the city should develop its own baseline or threshold or come to its own conclusion regarding whether the friction testing results were acceptable.
I would agree it doesn't say that explicitly, and I would also agree that the wording is could consider instead of should consider. And I think it's important to put the timing, the context of the timing of this report into the response. This is in 2013. We're dealing with a smaller section of the roadway. The location where wet road crashes is of greatest concern is a ramp 6, which has a significant geometric design, the tight curve through the on-ramp configuration, and there's evidence of high operating speeds on the roadway. So friction is an unknown, and our recommendation to the city was to learn more about that unknown piece of information in order to try to assist in the diagnosis. Our report ends at that point, but that's part of what we're trying to assist the city with, is telling them where to go to make their roadways more safe.
Right, but what's lacking in this report is any sense on how to do that. So it does not say, for example, that the city should do friction testing multiple times so it could monitor the change in result. The only comparator that's put forward in this report is design specifications, putting aside whether that comparison between design values and FN is accurate. It was the only method by which to compare or assess the friction results based on what was included in the report. And so would it be reasonable for city staff members on this project who, like you, are not friction experts, to read this to mean that the design specifications can be used as a baseline standard to evaluate friction testing results?
That potentially could be one interpretation. I would go back to the wording in the sentence, which is undertake friction testing to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare. And then it says design two design specifications, but it's for which to compare, and the baseline, which is the important part. Again, there's in our understanding, there's an absence of any information with regards to friction. That wasn't a surprise. I mean, it's not common in my experience that a road authority has a defined and organized program to measure and monitor friction. I don't know of any municipalities that had that, at least publicly, clearly articulated and made known. What we were suggesting to the city was that is something that could be opened and undertaken to begin that process of getting the baseline from which you can compare.
And compared to design specification, right? It's quite clear about that.
Well, once you have a baseline, you also have a comparator to begin subsequent comparisons to. So in the initial action, the very first time, if you haven't done it before, your comparator would be potentially to design specifications. Once you've initiated a baseline information, you also now have the ability to go back and compare to that baseline in subsequent tests if you choose to do so. And my experience with friction testing, minimal as it was that when it is used in that comparative fashion, monitoring over some period of time. But I wasn't about to presume to tell the city how to initiate or even whether or not to undertake such a program.
Right. So if the guidance was get a baseline and then compare it with subsequent testing results, you'd agree with me that it could recommend friction testing annually, quarterly, in order to make that comparison, but this does not do that. Well,
I would disagree to some extent. I think the use of the word baseline does imply just that, literally the beginning point or a baseline from which future comparisons can be made.
But
the absence of
finish that sentence, Mr. Malone. It's to compare to design specifications.
No, I was going to continue by saying my understanding was there was no friction testing available or done by the city. Therefore, a baseline had not been established, nor had anything been compared to anything else. So if there's a design specification that potentially becomes a comparator that this baseline, if and when achieved, can be compared to.
You'd agree with me that it would have been important to note that after the city obtains that baseline, that they obtain additional testing to compare the baseline to.
In 2022, I would agree with you that may be something that's more clear. In 2013, the importance of friction in the diagnosis, in the determination of factors that may be causal factors in collisions was not clear at all. In fact, there were other factors that were much more clearly identified, including speed and potentially driver behavior. And so I won't say this was trivialized in the report. It was a significant recommendation to include, but it was not nearly as clearly understood as to be a potentially contributing factor as it may be today. But I'll have to add, I still haven't really seen any conclusion that friction was deemed to be a causal factor.
I understand. And you know, when we look at cost benefit ratio underneath, and we see that it says, based on the results, the city may be in a better position to determine if further action is required. And so, you know, it certainly suggests that it was not a significant recommendation, particularly combined with the word could. And so SEMA was not intentionally, or had intentionally used the word could, had confirmed that, you know, the city may be in a better position to determine if further action was required, and did not require this recommendation, or did not make this recommendation as a should, but left it as a could.
Well, I understand your description, but I disagree that it was not a significant recommendation. The wording is obviously could have been more strict, more direct, more definitive, but this was a significant recommendation in the report. I mean, we've done, don't know the number, many road safety reports prior to this, not for the city of Hamilton, but for clients across multiple jurisdictions. And I don't recall having recommended friction testing to have been done. So it was a very significant recommendation. Again, with the benefit of hindsight, there might have been a different wording, and our 2015 report adjusts that to some extent in modification of the wording and the inclusion of the recommendation in that report as well.
If you look at the rest of this report, you'll note that the phrase "the city may be in a better position to determine if further action is required" is only included for the friction testing measure. And is it your practice to leave significant recommendations as optional, and particularly when compared to other recommendations that you characterize as required or that they should be done?
Well, I think my view is that the recommendation was significant. We had an absence of information regarding friction, and I don't think we were clear as to how the city would address this issue, or what, if anything, they had already in place regarding friction. And so the recommendations for the city to essentially look at friction. But I mean, we're also cognizant of the potential ramifications of a recommendation like this. It's one thing to recommend testing in conjunction with the study. It's another to provide a recommendation that would theoretically have suggested that the city should set up a friction monitoring program and assess every road in their network and do it on such and such a schedule. That's a policy decision, not an actionable item on a single assessment. And I believe that's beyond the scope of a project that SEMA would undertake, or was being engaged to undertake for this particular assignment. And policy decisions are managed and determined by the client, the road authority, and this is a nudge in the direction to look at friction. Hindsight, may provide another view of that, but in the context of 2013, when we were undertaking this study, I still maintain this was a very significant position, and I understand your comment.
Okay, let's move on. And the friction countermeasure here was listed as a short-term measure. So again, the guidance in the report, I want to be clear, is that the city could consider doing friction testing at some point between 2013 and 2018, but that it was best left to the city to determine. And based on the language of the report, do you agree with that?
I think it could be interpreted that way, yes.
Well, it's not, those are exactly the words that are used, right? The word could is used, short term is defined from 13 to 18, and that under cost benefit ratio, it expressly states that the city may be in a better position. So I appreciate that you have a different interpretation, but those are the words that are used.
The words are there. I'm not changing them. We perhaps have different interpretations as to what they could be, and as with any text, I'm sure they can be interpreted differently.
Understood. Let's move on to August of 2015. Mr. Registrar, could you please turn up OD 7, page 37 or image 37 and para 107? And great, thanks very much. So we talked a little bit, we heard from you a little bit about this email exchange, and I have a few more questions, and I'm going to try not to be repetitive of the questions my friends asked you. But I take it that when you received this email from Gary in August, you would have reviewed the email in its entirety?
Yes, I would have opened up and read the content, yes.
Right. And underneath the table on image 37, and you'll see that it states in 2013, friction numbers were measured on the Red Hill in both directions by Tradewind Scientific. And I appreciate your evidence yesterday was that Tradewind Scientific didn't mean anything to you, but certainly you didn't understand it to mean the MTO.
I asked questions about the content and received explicit responses that stated it was MTO. The subsequent pages of this document,
right,
or at least the email documents that I've reviewed, and I recall very distinctly getting the email with responses to my questions. And it's in paragraph 109, I asked a series of questions and Mr. Moore provided a series of responses to those. And
you didn't seek to clarify the inconsistency between what the email said and response that Mr. Moore may have provided.
No, I did seek clarification and I got clarification.
So why don't we go to that email? Sorry, Commission Counsel. Oh, okay. And why don't we just scroll down or go to the next page, Mr. Registrar, and then the one after that. And so the last question states that 13 test values look higher. Are they done using the same methodology and tool as the MTO work, and thus could be directly compared? So not quite asking whether the MTO did the testing, but Mr. Moore responds and says the testing was done by the MTO both times, and so I would say they are comparable. And given the inconsistency between his statement and the email that you have from 2013, 2013 or 2014, I believe, early 2014, you didn't follow up with Mr. Moore to clarify the inconsistency?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what inconsistency you're referring to.
So the email that you received initially from Gary says that the report was completed in 2013 by Tradewind Scientific. Here you ask him whether the methods that were used in the 2013 testing were the same as 2007. Mr. Moore responds saying that the testing was done by the MTO both times. So that information is inconsistent with the email, the original email you got from him, which says in 2013, testing was done by Tradewind. And I want to understand or confirm that you didn't follow up with Mr. Moore to resolve the inconsistency in the information you were provided?
I'm a little confused by your question, but I'll give my understanding of it, an answer to my understanding of it. I thought the clarification was provided in his response that there were two tests, 2007 and 2013, listed in the email. And I asked questions regarding them, and he confirms for me that the testing was done by MTO both times. So the question was the testing methodology, the method that was carried out, the same? And his answer was, yes, they are comparable in the last half of the sentence, but the first half was that it was done by MTO both times. So it provided two pieces of information, that there was comparable testing, 2007, 2013, and that the testing was done by MTO during both of those times. And so for me, it answered two questions. One is, which was whether the testing was comparable. Theoretically, the original intent of the question was whether there could be any comparison between numbers in the context of baseline and subsequent comparisons that we just talked about. But the other, which was the more critical piece for me in terms of response, was that it was done by MTO. And his previous response in the email, the two paragraphs before, that ends with don't know, it indicates an inability of the city to interpret the MTO tests.
Okay, I want to be really clear. Is your evidence that when you asked Gary, or when you stated the 2013 testing values certainly look higher, are they, the 2013 testing, done using the same methodology and tool as the MTO work, and thus could be directly compared? Is your evidence that that was you asking Gary whether MTO did the testing in 2013?
No, I was asking if the methodology was the same.
Right. So you weren't asking whether the MTO did it, because the email stated that Tradewind did that friction testing in 2013.
I didn't know. I think you're twisting my words or putting words into my mouth. That I didn't know what Tradewinds was. I saw two lists of numbers, and my question was whether the two numbers were, the methodologies used to achieve the two numbers were the same. So the first number was MTO. Tradewinds didn't register with me. It does now, but didn't then. And the confirmation that came back in short order was MTO both times. And so that crystallized my understanding of the two tests.
We'll move on. And Mr. Registrar, if you can go back to para 106. And actually, right, the next page, image 37 would work well. Thank you. And so, Mr. Malone, regardless of whether you understood the MTO to have completed the 2013 results, you did understand that friction testing was completed twice on the Red Hill, once in 2007 and once in 2013.
Correct.
And going back to what you said earlier about the comparative value of that information, you now have two sets of data, and you know, based on what you told me earlier about how to use that information, and certainly you could have compared that information, so the 2000 testing results and the 2013 testing results, and if you had any concerns with that, let the city know.
Could have or should have?
You could have.
Could have. I don't think it was within the scope of my work. I mean, I looked at the numbers. I can see the numbers displayed. There's an increase in the averages if you were to accumulate them all between 2007 and 2013. But the point of the issue in 2013 was for the city to undertake friction testing and the city to make interpretation. So I don't think it is appropriate, nor did I think it was appropriate for me to make that interpretation. The intent of the request for friction testing had been to ask the city to do that gathering of information and interpretation of subsequent results. There are some results, but my understanding concurrently as it was received was that it was not done by the city, it was done by MTO, and there's a negative response with respect to interpretation of the results.
If the MTO had concerns with the testing results of 2007, and although we know that they do not do testing in 2013, but if they had concerns with the results, you would have expected them to have raised any concerns with the data.
Yes.
And Gary did not share in his response any concerns that the MTO had expressed about the data.
The extent of the communication with Mr. Moore is in the email threads we've just looked at.
Understood. Could we please go to HAM 24709? And specifically image 41, please. And so if we look at, pardon me, I'm just going to find my reference. The first line of the second paragraph under 7.1.2.1. So this is the friction testing, the guidance provided with respect to friction testing in the 15 report. And you'll note that from that first sentence, that it is exactly the same as what was included in the 2013 testing.
I do.
In your discussions with Commission Counsel yesterday, your evidence was that the purpose of the friction testing in 2013 was for the city to come to the conclusion as to their own assessment, and that it wasn't SEMA's task to measure friction, and that that's something the city needed to do using whatever technique and method they elected. And so it was your expectation that the city would select a baseline, assess the friction testing results in a way that would have ruled out inadequate skid resistance. And is that right?
I believe so. I don't have the testimony in front of me, but yes.
Right. And at no point did you send an email detailing that expectation to the city?
I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understand the context between 2013 and 2015.
At any point in 13 or 15, did you tell the city that they needed to select their own baseline and assess the friction testings in a way that could have ruled out inadequate skid testing, that they need to come up with their own methodology or threshold to do that?
I think the recommendation in the 2013 report did articulate the action.
But did it detail the way in which to do that?
I think I answered that question already. It stated it a certain way in the context of 2013. I think it was appropriate.
The 2015 report that we see here does not contain any further details on what you expected the city to do with respect to friction testing. Wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Malone, that it was important for you to tell your client clearly and in more detail that they needed to select a baseline or assess the friction testing results in a way that could rule out inadequate skid resistance, other than the only guidance that was provided in these reports, which was to compare it to the design value?
Well, there's a couple of things there. First of all, the 2015 report has several sections. I can't remember the title of section 7, but I think that's important to review because I know friction testing is also listed in section 9. The wording in section 9 is the conclusion of actions that are being brought forward to the city. And I think that should be reviewed as well. I accept.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please proceed.
I accept that this is similar to what was in the 2013, but we're overlapping several items here. But your question was the same, that should SEMA have defined the city's friction testing program, to attempt to summarize it. And I still take the position that no, it would not be SEMA's position to do that. Any more than an example would be for SEMA to recommend that the city use MTO geometric design guide for their roads as opposed to the TAC geometric design guide. There are two options to select. The road authority can make their own choice, and they should have the professional capability to do that. My view is that the recommendations for friction testing in 2013 and again in 2015 were in a similar vein. We were recommending that they undertake some action, but we were not telling them how to undertake that action, nor precisely how to interpret it.
Mr. Malone, if we use your analogy from earlier of, consultants acting as medical professionals that review the health of the roadway, wouldn't it make sense for a consultant to say, here's the testing that you should do, here's the blood work, and here's how you know if it is a problem or not. Here's how you know whether it is fine and it's not contributing to your symptoms. How is the city expected to implement this recommendation without further information about how to do that?
Well, I think the city is fully capable of making determinations as to how to receive information on technical matters. If they have the expertise in-house, which I was not aware whether they did or did not, then that would be potentially how they would achieve it. If they didn't have that information, that capability in-house, then they were perfectly capable of hiring external consultants to assist them with the process. They hired SEMA to assist with safety assessments. Sometimes you hire external consultants because you don't have the capacity in-house, even though you may have the technical capability, but you need capacity assistance to get it done. And in other cases, you don't have the technical expertise, and so you hire an external consultant. But the guidance, that the direction from SEMA in the recommendation in 2013 was to perform friction testing. And the city can make that determination as to how to do that. And I don't think it's up to SEMA to tell them how exactly to achieve it.
And I take it that at no point did you recommend to the city that they engage a consultant or provide suggestions for consultants with friction testing expertise?
That would get me in trouble with the purchasing department, so no.
Making a recommendation?
Well, we would not recommend specific consultants. If I was asked, I have been asked in the past on different subject matters, I could potentially offer a name of multiple consultants in a subject area, but it wowould be the initiation of that engagement would be from the client as opposed to from the consultant, because it would be perceived as me inappropriate action on behalf of an external consultant. There are purchasing processes within the city that I'm well familiar with. In cities, Hamilton is similar to others, and so we don't delve into that matter as to how to do it.
Okay. I'd like to move on, and just in the interest of time, and Mr. Registrar, if you could please go to image 56. And like to discuss illumination, and particularly in the context of the 15 report. And a few times during your evidence so far, you've stated that the fact that a countermeasure meets a warrant does not mean that it's warranted, and that is to say, it doesn't mean that it should be implemented, and that additional analysis is required to form your recommendation. And I take it that the BC analysis is an important part of that additional analysis. Is that correct?
It could be, as was noted, the ministry warrant includes a benefit cost analysis component. The TAC warrant does not. I think the point I was trying to make was simply that meeting a warrant as defined or as worded in this context doesn't mean that it must be done. The warrant is an analysis tool, and it gives you an assessment, which is information that then goes into a decision-making process.
I understand. And here, I take it that it's important for a BC analysis to have an accurate sense of the cost, whether that's part of the MTO warrant or just a standard BC analysis. Is that fair to say?
It's the denominator in the calculation, doesn't mean much without a cost. So yes, cost should be accurate. Therefore, the benefit cost ratio will be more accurate.
Right. And here, the estimated installation or the estimated cost rather for installing continuous illumination is $810,000. And I understand and that in 2019, when SEMA does its illumination review, and I'm not going to ask you about it, but the cost that it estimated ultimately was much more significant than $810,000. Is that right?
That's my recollection, yes.
And so that would impact the BC analysis that we see here.
Certainly, if costs change, the benefit cost ratio will change.
Okay. And if we could go to image, sorry, I see Ms. Lawrence is on the screen. I'm happy to.
I'll interrupt if I need to.
Oh, okay. If we could go to 57, image 57, please. And if we could zoom in or call out the install continuous illumination recommendation at the bottom of the chart, the last one. Thank you very much. And so I want to understand what SEMA's recommendation was in 2015 with respect to continuous illumination. And because here I see the countermeasures listed as installed continuous illumination. The cost is $810,000. It's a long-term timeline. And then the comment states that this requires sound evaluation in the context of the surrounding network and environment, and that an environmental assessment will be required. And so is SEMA's recommendation here for the city to conduct a sound evaluation in the context of the surrounding network and environment in assessing continuous illumination? Is that what the recommendation is here?
I think the recommendation is begin the process to install continuous illumination. And the process will include the sound evaluation, consideration of the network, an environmental assessment, design, construction, installation, and so on and so forth. So there are a series of steps in the most simplistic manner. That's all in the realm of install the continuous illumination, because they're all steps towards installation. But I accept your point.
Right. And by that you mean it may be that through the required sound evaluation, it may not ultimately be feasible for whatever reason to install continuous illumination, right? The recommendation here is analyze this in the context of surrounding network and environment, and noting that an EA will be required.
Every one of the recommendations on the page, on the table, are in that same context. There needs to be some consideration of the realities, and the road authority needs to determine how to go down the path towards dealing with them. I mean, clearly, with install continuous illumination, there are many more steps and much more complicated than something like trim the vegetation or install a sign. But regardless, there are steps to be achieved towards the completion of concluding each of these countermeasures, and fully recognize it along that process. In any individual countermeasure, the steps may result in termination of the process. I mean, including things as simple as budget.
So fair to say that the recommendation here is to take the first step towards continuous illumination, which is described in the comment there.
Well, I believe it implies that. I don't think that lengthy a description of the countermeasure is appropriate for the column. The countermeasure is install continuous illumination, and it can only be achieved by beginning the process. And I agree there are multiple steps, and in fact, that's why it's partly identified as a long-term item.
Okay, let's move on, and perhaps we'll revisit this in at your next attendance.
Sure, and I just want to mention for your own benefit, so you can organize if necessary, that we've got 10 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I think the last set of questions, I'm on my last set of questions. And Mr. Malone, your evidence yesterday was that you understood continuous illumination of the main line to be part of the city's scope for the 2013 SEMA report until your call with Mr. Moore. Is that correct? On June 3rd. I'm sorry, June 6th.
No, I'm not sure I would word it that way. There was, to me, a vague description of what the scope was. It simply said illumination. I do accept and agree that our internal process at SEMA, as we began to work on the assignment, was to go in the direction of doing assessment of both mainline and ramp lighting, interchange lighting. But I'm not sure that the scope had been clarified for us. So I don't agree that we changed the scope. I think there was lack of clarity in the scope that was provided as we were proceeding. Actions were running in parallel. We were doing analysis and continuing to gather information about that assisted us in confirming scope. And when scope was clarified, the work was either terminated or not included.
Let me put it another way. Before your call, your evidence is before your call with Mr. Moore, you had no reason to believe that continuous illumination was not in scope. And after the call, you took it to mean that continuous illumination was not in scope.
Well, no, it's slightly different. Before the call was generated, initiated because of commentary that came out of the meeting with the project staff. So the project staff pointed SEMA at Mr. Moore as a source of information to assist in getting clarification. So the reason for the call to Mr. Moore was because there had been question regarding scope that surfaced at that meeting, and that was the origin. I mean, they're literally hours apart, but the sequence of events is clear to me. We didn't call Mr. Moore out of the blue, asking him to define scope for our project for another office. We were directed to speak to him by the project team, which we did. And given that he was indicated to be the authority on the subject, the clarification became clear. I mean, I would add, I've since read the 2013 motion from council, and the motion says upgrade lighting in the vicinity of the mud interchange. It doesn't say mainline lighting, and I wasn't aware of the motion at that time, but I'm sure that the city staff were, and perhaps that's what motivated the need for a question and the subsequent discussion.
Okay. I understand that you did not interpret Mr. Moore's comments regarding the environmental assessment and the illumination as Mr. Moore directing you on what to put in SEMA's report. Rather, he was simply highlighting that mainline lighting had not been provided in the original design and construction of the Red Hill in compliance with the EA approvals.
Yes, I think that's a correct interpretation.
And no one else from the city that was involved with the 2013 staff report similarly made any direction telling SEMA that continuous illumination was not in scope.
No, that's not correct. Mike Field provided an email in August, I think it was, where he was commenting on the draft of the report, and he confirmed, and I believe this is an internal email to the city, but I've read it since preparing for testimony. He confirms that the city provided SEMA the information with respect to the scope and mainline lighting not being in scope. I don't have the exact wording, but.
So why don't we go to that? Mr. Registrar, please, OD Chapter 6, paragraph 98. Doesn't help you with the page number. Let me try to find that quickly. Image 43, please. Thank you. And so it's the last two paragraphs, if we could call that out. I'm sorry, the last two the paragraphs of paragraph 98, the last two bullet points. Thank you. So this is the email that you're referring to, Mr. Malone?
Yeah.
And here, Mr. Field states the illumination of the main line has been excluded. This decision is based upon information that we provided to SEMA. The exclusion is not well explained, considering that illumination of the main line is the first request in the council motion. I think that there should be far more explanation as to why it's excluded. And here, Mr. Field is referring to an exclusion that was made based upon information that the city provided to SEMA. He does not state that the city changed its view regarding continuous illumination being part of the scope of the 2013 report, which he notes was part of the motion.
Well, it was not part of the motion.
I understand, but
well, but so it's a misunderstanding or misinterpretation of the motion, and I would disagree with you. I think the first line is clear. Illumination of the main line has been excluded, which is correct. Was based on information provided that we, the city, provided to SEMA, which my understanding is correct. The exclusion is not well explained was the comment, and we accepted, ended up and receiving that input and provided additional explanation of the context of exclusion, being the environmental assessment and other approvals. But I think the last sentence is an error. The illumination of the main line is the first request. Illumination, the wording was in the request, but it specifically states upgrade lighting in the vicinity of the mud interchange. It doesn't say mainline lighting in any way.
am I correct, Mr. Malone, that the only basis on which you understood illumination was excluded in the 2013 report were the design constraints?
Well, approval constraints, environmental assessment approvals in particular.
Sure, yep. And that's correct?
The initial discussion was that, yes, that's where the clarification of scope came from, but other input, including such as this, confirmed for me that it was in fact excluded. So the scope clarified, became clear over some period of time, and was perfectly clear in my mind prior to issuing the version of the report, the first version that we issued to the city.
And that clarity was based on the environmental approvals or the design approvals.
Well, and sorry, I was just going to say that as early as the very first draft that SEMA began to prepare, E00, V01, when Dr. Hadiagi and myself review the content, we asked the question about in scope, not in scope. And there clearly was a difference of view within SEMA, and I would clarify that as a lack of understanding as to what we took to be the scope. But by the time the first report is issued to the city, that misunderstanding, lack of understanding has been perfectly clarified. And certainly the information came from the project team. Speak to Mr. Moore. We spoke to Mr. Moore. He's very clear and provides good information that indicates that there are constraints on lighting in the valley that had been put in by a very, very rigorous process that had taken years, if not decades, to complete. And so that became a hard stop for the inclusion of that component.
And those constraints didn't change between 13 and the 15 report, correct?
To my knowledge, the constraints defined, described did not change. No, the direction to adhere to the constraints or not, or ignore the constraints was what changed. So
you've told me that your discussion from Mr. Moore, your interpretation of that was not that you didn't interpret that as Mr. Moore telling you what to include in the report. And so is your understanding of the scope solely based on Mr. Field's email? I just want to understand the basis for your understanding. Is it solely Mr. Field's email?
No, I think Mr. Moore's input provided clarity, began to clear the fog with respect to what the scope was. And I think I've explained the process that we went through, and it was clear in our minds when we completed the first version of the report issued.
Mr. Commissioner, I note that it's 3:02. I do have a number of other questions, but I appreciate your direction, so I'll call it a day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Malone.
Thank you.
Ms. Long.
Thank you. I understand that Council for Dufferin may have a very short examination.
Okay,
That was based on some dated information, so I'd ask Mr. Buck just to confirm.
That's correct. It shouldn't be longer than 5 or 10 minutes.
okay, Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Commission Council. Good afternoon, Mr. Malone. I just want to ask a couple of very short questions, hopefully about the study limits of the 2013 and 2015 SEMA reports. Can I ask Registrar to pull up OD6, image 25? And if you can call out the bottom diagram, please, Mr. Registrar. So, Mr. Malone, this is an extract taken from the 2013 SEMA report. Does this accurately reflect the study limits of that report?
No, not precisely. I think it extends too far to the north beyond Green Hill and too far to the west past the Dartnell interchange. It's approximate, but the limits were more clearly defined as I think in the overall scope.
So where would you say on this diagram, where would the limits, is it the limits in green to the far west? Is that too far? The scope, as I'm going by recollection, I don't have it in front of me. The scope was from the Dartnell interchange to the Green Hill interchange. There's a line somewhere west of the Dartnell interchange where the link ends and the Red Hill Valley Parkway begins.
I think it's just after or just before, where the on and off ramps are located. So that would be slightly closer to the interchange in that green area.
And then the green.
Yeah, and then on the Green Hill interchange, again, the line is showing it all the way up past. My recollection was that it ended at Green Hill, but it probably did include the on and off ramps on the north side as well.
Okay. Can I ask Registrar to pull up Hamilton 702? And if you can go to image 9. So this is the 2015 SEMA report. Is that a better description of the study area? If we look at if Mr. Registrar, can you call out the diagram again, the figure 1 study area? So this is taken from the 2015 SEMA report, and you can see that the study area is highlighted again. If we just concentrate on the western portion here, we can see Dartnell Road. Underneath that, we can see Pritchard Road. I don't know whether you can read that, it's quite small.
Yeah.
And it proceeds almost all the way to the QEW on the to the north. Does that accurately reflect the study area of the 2015?
Yes, it's more accurately reflects it. The very initial communication about the 2015 study was that it would begin where the 2013 study had ended, roughly the Green Hill interchange, and proceed north towards the QEW, ending at approximately the point shown there, which is the railway bridge over the Red Hill Parkway. And then further discussion, I believe with Mr. Warren, and there were some emails that reflected, indicated that he wanted this study, the limits of this study to, I think his word was to touch on the limits of the link study, which was already underway. So we were studying the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, the link, from the 403 up to the end of the link, which is approximately where this mauve line begins.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that became the beginning and end was on the left side of the diagram. That point is the end of the link and the beginning of the Red Hill. And so the two would meet at that point. And then the 2015 study would overlap the physical area that was reviewed in 2013 and continue further to the north past Barton up to the limits where the right-of-way began for the Ministry of Transportation.
Understood. And the limits of where the link ends and the Red Hill Parkway begin, what's that based on? Is that based on the study limits that the City of Hamilton expressed to you for those two reports, or is it based on something else?
There's actually a sign on the road. The link was constructed first and completed, and there's a line on the roadway somewhere where there's a distinction between the two. So what we wanted to make sure from SEMA's perspective was that we would gather information, all the information, and then parse that information appropriately into the link group or the Red Hill group, depending on what we were analyzing in terms of collisions and such. The fact that it's in the middle of the main line, it's not at the interchange, makes the division relatively straightforward. Collisions could be assigned, and there weren't very many collisions on the main line for which confusion would occur. But there's a sign on the roadway if you drive out there, and that's the line that we used for our demarcation.
Thank you. So that's very helpful. And you to your knowledge, that sign is not related to the project limits of the construction that took place in 2007.
And no, I don't think so, because in 2007 the link existed, and prior to 2007, I should say, the link existed, and it connected to Dartnell Road, and that was the exit, the terminus point, and then in the construction of the Red Hill picked up from that point, and eventually the two were connected. But this demarcation point I'm talking about is somewhere between, on this diagram, Pritchard Road and or Dartnell Road and Upper Ottawa. So there was actually an overlap in the
It's
pavement and the construction piece. I'm not familiar with exactly who constructed what, where.
no, that's fine, and I don't expect it to be. If you can take down the call out, please, Mr. Registrar, and if you could bring up Hamilton 51990. You'll recognize this document as the progress meeting number 2 from July 3rd, 2013. And if we can go to image 9, no. Image 4, I believe. So this is possibly a more accurate representation of the segments that were split up for the 2013 SEMA study. And we can see that there's mainline sections numbered Dartnell 1 through 5 and a ramp 3, all of which are to the western end of the main line. And I think we can see that the Mud Street interchange begins at the bottom right, which is the kind of southernmost end of the Parkway before it turns towards Dartnell Road. Is that correct?
I can see ramp 6, so yes, I think this is an accurate description of the segmentation that was done for our purposes, and graphically shows the area.
And you would agree that all of Dartnell 1 through 4 and ramp 3 are all west of Mud Street.
Yes, they are.
And Dartnell 5, I believe, I think Dartnell 5 is also west of Mud Street, but it partially on this diagram appears to cross Pritchard Road, which is that line coming through the.
Yeah, it's the piece between the two interchanges.
In the lighter blue color.
Correct, and yeah.
And that's I'll just check my notes, but I think I do not have any further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lawrence.
It's okay. By next week, you'll
Okay.
be used to it. I'm noting the time, Commissioner. It's 3:12. Recognizing we're trying to stay on a tighter schedule today, I would ask that we take our break now so that my re-examination can be as targeted as possible.
Okay. Let's take our break. We'll return at 3:20.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malone. I just have a few questions in re-exam. Ms. Roberts asked you today a question about the 2015 SEMA report, which had signature lines but had no signatures. In 2015, was it SEMA's practice to send hard copies as well as electronic copies?
If the client requested it, yes.
Do you have a recollection of whether that happened in this case?
You know, to be honest, I don't. Our process currently is if we send a hard copy, we do a scan of the hard copy. I suspect that what occurred in 2015 was we created the PDF document from the Word document and then potentially signed the hard copies, but didn't have a scan of the signs, of the signatures. It's possible it went unsigned, but if it was hard copy, it would have been likely a signed version, and I don't know why we don't have a copy document that indicates a signature if in fact we did sign it.
Thank you. This contractor asked you some questions near the beginning of her examination in respect of your understanding of city staff members and their expertise in friction testing. And you said you didn't know whether city staff members had expertise in friction testing or did not have such expertise. Do you remember that exchange with Ms. Contractor?
I do, yes.
Ms. Contractor didn't define staff members, city staff members, when she asked you those questions. Did you view Mr. Moore as an engineer with expertise in friction and friction testing in 2013?
I think my interpretation would be he would be someone who would have expertise in it, given his intimate knowledge of the design of roadways for the city. But my answer would be the same. I didn't know whether he did or did not explicitly have that knowledge.
And I was asking specifically about your understanding in 2015, pardon me, in 2013. What about in 2015 in respect of Mr. Moore's expertise? Do you have the same answer or a different answer?
I think it would be the same answer.
Okay. You were taken to the 2015 SEMA report by Ms. Contractor Section 7. And in that exchange, it was about friction testing, and you said, I think there is additional information in Section 9. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 24709, please? And if you go to internal page 46 of the report, apologies, Registrar, I don't have the image handy. I suspect it's image 52. So close. Can you go one more image up? Thank you. And if you could call out 9.1.3, please. Was this the section that you were referring to when Ms. Contractor took you to Section 7?
Yes.
So here you say in the second, well, I'll just read out the whole thing. In order to determine whether low pavement friction may be contributing to collisions, especially wet weather, pardon me, especially wet surface, the city should consider conducting pavement friction tests under normal circumstances as well as under typical wet pavement conditions encountered on the RHVP. Special focus should be given to King Street and Queen Street interchanges. You can give an estimated cost. And then it says, depending on the test results, the city will be able to determine if further action is required. Here you use the phrase should consider, quote unquote. And you gave some evidence about, in your profession, what should consider means. Do you remember those questions and those answers?
I do, yes.
You said in response to Ms. Contractor's questions, traffic professionals understand the different meanings between should consider and could consider. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you view Mr. Cooper, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. White as traffic professionals with whom you would have this shared understanding of that language?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. Contractor asked, this was in respect to friction testing, would it be reasonable for city staff members on this project who, like you, are not friction experts, to read, and she said this, that was in reference to the friction testing recommendations. She said, to mean design specifications to be used as a baseline standard to evaluate friction testing results. Do you remember Ms. Contractor asking that question?
I do, yes.
Did you understand Mr. Cooper, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. White to be road safety experts like you are, even if they were not friction experts?
I don't know if they've ever been qualified as experts in court, for example. They certainly had extensive knowledge about road safety. So the application of the term expert is...
That was poorly worded. You understood them to have expertise in road safety?
Yes, yes.
What assumptions, if any, did you make about the level of knowledge that those three individuals would have when it came to the potential effect of pavement surface friction on collisions?
I think they... I want to word it correctly for you. I think that my understanding is that they would have a similar understanding to what my intention had been, and the way we had described the connection of friction to road safety. So I don't think the concept would have been foreign to them in any way. I know that they're all engineering technologists, and I believe they're all certified engineering technologists with their professional association, and would have been through design engineering training that would have discussed road friction. So they would have a fundamental knowledge consistent with what I've described.
So not friction experts, but an understanding of friction, the effect of friction on collisions in the same manner that you do.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know who would have been friction experts, if anyone, at the city. Experts in quotes, but I believe that they would have knowledge and understanding of the concept of friction in regards to its importance in road safety.
Thank you. When issuing this report with that last phrase, depending on this test results, the city will be able to determine if further action is required. What further action were you, did SEMA have in mind?
Reading it now, I'm not sure clearly we didn't define anything for them. I would still take the view that it would be up to the city to determine what further action to undertake, whether that might mean additional friction testing, determination of what would be considered an acceptable or an appropriate, or the friction levels and values the city was going to use. And I think it would also go into the realm of determining what additional resources, whether that's internal or external, might be needed to assist in evaluating and acting upon results that would have been achieved.
Thank you. Ms. Contractor asked you some questions about the use of timelines in SEMA reports. And in particular, she suggested to you that it was important to include timelines in SEMA's consultant reports. And there was there's a number of exchanges about that. Do you remember those exchanges with Ms. Contractor?
Not word for word.
Sure, but you remember them just from an hour ago?
I recall the discussion, yes.
Okay. Taking a hypothetical, if in a road safety report, SEMA came to the professional conclusion that there was a significant and urgent safety issue, in your view, would you have a professional obligation to provide a timeline to move quickly to a client?
Our practice, if we identified, and I just want to use your wording exactly as you provided, so tell me if I have it wrong, an urgent and immediate safety issue, is that what you said?
Like I said, significant and urgent.
So if we identify something that would be called a significant and urgent issue, we would typically communicate immediately with the client. So, and I'll give a trivial but a relevant example. If we're investigating an intersection and we identify that the traffic signal is not operating, then we communicate with the client immediately. We don't wait to write the report and say, and when we visited, the light was not operating. So it doesn't come into play if there's an immediate element to be identified into the report in terms of timeline, because it would already have been communicated to the road authority for action that we would assume would take place as soon as possible.
Okay. Apart from those circumstances where you address something that appears urgent, in your view, what is the purpose of SEMA providing timelines or prioritization in their reports in terms of countermeasures?
Oftentimes, the provision of timelines is at the request of the client, because they're trying to coordinate it with their internal planning procedures. And there's also we've talked about previously, a connection to the reality of the action, whether it can be done in a short time frame based on the nature of the work, or would necessitate a longer, more detailed process. And so in some cases, including timelines is valuable, useful for the client, because it clarifies for readers, particularly readers that may not be fully familiar with the subject matter, but are interested in the recommendations, that what a potential timeline would be. The example here being illumination could not be done in a short period of time, would more likely be a long period of time. So that's part of why it's provided.
Thank you. I didn't mean to, sorry, were you finished?
No, I was just trying to confirm that I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Contractor took you to the summary table and the long-term recommendation of install continuous illumination. Registrar, can you pull that up? It's the same document, and it is page 50. And perhaps you can just go image by image. It is likely image 58. There we go. Thank you. Just at the bottom. And in your response, you characterized this countermeasure as partly identified as a long-term item. And I'm quoting from you. And just to clarify, what did you mean by partially identified? Because it looks to me like it's identified entirely as a long-term countermeasure.
I don't recall my exact wording, but I think what I was intending to say is, it is a long-term timeline for the completion of the action. Some of those would take place sooner than later. So a review or an extended further review as described of the evaluation in the context of the surrounding network, and then something like an environmental assessment would be steps towards completion. So some parts of the activity will take place sooner than others will. The overall expectation before completion of installation of continuous illumination would be in the long term. But whether you start tomorrow or you start next year or you start in 5 years, there's still multiple steps to go through.
Thank you. Commissioner, just give me a moment to check my notes, please. Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, well, thank you. Perhaps Mr. Redstar, you can take down that. Mr. Malone, thank you very much for appearing before the inquiry. You're excused.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Our next witness is Mr. Appleby, I gather. Is he available to start immediately, or do we need any time for setup?
I believe he is available. I need just less than 5 minutes to reorient my own station. So if we could take a very brief break so that we can get Mr. Appleby.
Let's start again at 3:45.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Appleby.
Good afternoon.
My name is,
Sorry to interrupt, you haven't been sworn yet.
Yes.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over to you, court reporter.
Sorry, Mr. Appleby, I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Appleby. My name is Emily Lawrence, and I'm co-lead counsel, commission counsel in this inquiry. Thank you for your patience today. I'm going to ask you some questions, starting with questions about your personal background. I understand that since 2015, you have been the manager of transportation in the city of St. Catharines. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were project manager of transportation at SEMA from 2009 to 2015?
That's correct.
I understand that while at SEMA, you worked primarily with municipal clients
That's correct. Yeah.
and frequently on projects involving road and traffic operations.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you some questions about what we call the 2013 SEMA report. Registrar, could you bring up CIM 9209, please? Thank you. Mr. Appleby, the registrar will be sharing documents with us today. Can you see the entirety of the screen right
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Great. Registrar, can you go to image 3 first, please? So this is an email, and in fact, could you call out the email? It's in the middle of the page, please. Thank you. It's just, it's a little bigger for all of us. This is an email from Ron Gallo to you on February 27th, 2013, with an invitation to a meeting with city staff, including Mr. Gallo. And the subject line of this email is Red Hill safety improvements. Do you remember the initial back and forth that led to the SEMA report in February 2013?
Vaguely, I remember it mostly from reviewing material for this.
And prior to this exchange in February of 2013, did you know Mr. Gallo?
I did, yes.
In what context?
I worked for, not for directly, but I worked with Ron when I worked at the city of Hamilton in 2005. He was a supervisor in the section that I worked in. He was not my direct supervisor, but I did work with him.
What department did you work in?
I worked in, I forget the exact name, but it was the traffic operations section.
Okay. Is that the department that Hart Solomon oversaw for a period of time?
Correct. Hart Solomon was my boss, yes.
And what about Mr. Cooper, who's also copied on this email? Did you work with him?
I did not work directly with Steve, although I think he may have been a student at the city when I worked there full time. But I don't believe I worked with him beyond that. But I did know Steve from that time.
Okay. So I'm dropping you in actually in the middle of an email exchange, but I think it is the one that might refresh your memory the most about these initial discussions. Mr. Cooper has, pardon me, Mr. Gallo has asked for a proposal, and you say it shouldn't have any trouble getting you one. Can you provide us even a bullet list in an email of your expected scope? And then you ask, is it an RSA type review only, or is it a larger safety review? And then you list a number of things that appear to be part of a larger safety review. What is an RSA review?
So an RSA is a road safety audit. And typically a road safety audit review would be done by effectively working through a checklist with a group of people, a team of people that would go out to a site and review based on items that are identified on the checklist. So it's meant to be a reasonably quick review that's done generally for smaller facilities. And the scope of those are limited to, to a smaller degree than a larger safety review, including, so it doesn't include things like all the geometric signing and lighting and items of that nature. It's a higher level, more simple process.
Okay. And that larger safety review, does that include a collision review?
It can, and it did in this case, yes.
And what about an RSA? Do those usually include collision histories or collision reviews?
In my experience, typically, no, they do not.
Thank you, Registrar. Can you close that call out and go to image 2, please? And if you could call out Mr. Cooper's email at the bottom. And you'll see Mr. Cooper in the third paragraph says it'll be a larger safety review and sets out the types of things to be considered in that review, and also a review of changes we have made in recent years and their effectiveness and any gaps identified with suggested improvements, and a cost benefit analysis for the addition of lighting if recommended. At this time, did you understand the reason why the city was contacting you to do this safety review?
No, I didn't have a good appreciation for why this would happen.
Okay. And at this point, you understood that it was going to be a large review and could include lighting. Is that fair?
Yes, based on this email, absolutely.
Registrar, can you close that call out and go up to image 1 and 2? Thank you. So you'll see in the middle of image 2, which is on the right-hand side, you say, my most basic question is, what is the impetus for this assignment? And Mr. Cooper responds at the bottom of image 1 and the top of image 2. It's due to a motion put forward by councillors to include lighting upgrades on the RHVP in the area of Mud Stone Church interchange, investigate better reflective lighting and lane markings, and quote unquote other initiatives. And then he says at the top, in response to a question that you had, we are not aware of a significant collision issue on the main line, and then notes one of the ramps. There's been some improvements. Did you ever receive a copy of the motion passed by Public Works or by a councillor, it says? Did you ever receive a copy of that motion that Mr. Cooper is referring to?
No, I did not.
Did you rely on city staff to provide information about the nature of that motion to SEMA?
Yes, I did.
Registrar, can you close this and go to OD6, page 18, paragraph 35, please? So we have an email that comes that you send after a March 11th teleconference with the city. Pardon me, it was before that teleconference with the city to finalize the proposal. Do you recall participating in a call with city staff to discuss the project?
Not specifically, I don't know.
Okay, and do you recall if they provided any additional information to you during this call? Besides what's here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't specifically recall, so I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 426, please? Do you recognize this as the front page of a request for quotation that SEMA prepared in respect of the safety review that Mr. Cooper had sought from you?
Yes, that's what that appears to be for sure. Yes.
Did you draft this request for quotation?
I probably did or had a significant input into it. I would think that was typical at the time.
Okay. You'll see at the bottom third of this page, there is the understanding of the assignment. Registrar, can you call out the paragraph from the purposes of this review until figure 1? There we go. So looking at this today, it says the key aspects that will be examined include, but may not be limited to, lighting, signs and markings, and geometry. And then also that you would do a detailed cost benefit assessment for each recommendation. Is that a fair description of the assignment as you understood it when you were putting this request for quotation together?
Yeah, at the time, I believe this was based on the information that we had received, which is effectively those 3 items.
And at this time, having had a call with the city, were you content that you were all on the same page about the scope of the assignment? I
would expect that we were. If we hadn't been, I would have expected that there would have been some modification made at this point to reflect that.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that call out? And go to the next image, please. So 2 things. Figure 1 is the study area. So you'll agree with me that this was a portion of the Red Hill that was going to be the study area?
That's correct, yes.
And the selection of the study area was done at the city selected the study area, or did SEMA?
That would have been something that the city would have selected. We wouldn't have arbitrarily selected this.
Okay. The request for quotation goes through a work plan where SEMA lists a number of tasks. I'm just going to take you through them very quickly. So you'll hear this, there's a startup meeting. Is that standard?
Generally standard, yes.
And the second is data collection. Again, is that standard for this larger safety review that the city has sought?
Yes.
Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? Task 3 is the initial data review and gap analysis. So is that assessing whether there's anything missing from the information the city's provided?
Correct, yes.
And then the next 3 tasks, collision coding, collision review, and field review. Are those all fairly standard for this type of safety review?
I would say tasks 5 and 6 are standard. The collision coding into GIS would be somewhat unique for this type of review, but likely was something that was asked for or requested by the client at the time.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out task 6, please? So here, the field investigation is expected to take place through a full day to cover peak and off-peak times and a nighttime visit to assess headlight glare, reflectivity of signage, and lighting. Is it common to do a nighttime visit in this kind of safety review?
It's common depending on what the nature of the review is and if information was provided that there was concerns with items that may occur during the night. For example, the reflectivity of signage can't be tested during the day. Neither can lighting. Then absolutely a nighttime visit would be something that would be included in order to properly evaluate the situation.
Do you recall if the reference to a nighttime visit was included in this request because you had received information that there was concerns that would warrant such a field review?
It's probably likely because there was the investigation of lighting. So that was probably why it was included, or one of the main reasons why it was included.
Okay. You said probably and likely. Does that mean you don't have a clear recollection either way?
I don't have a clear recollection, but it would make sense to me that that would be why we would do that.
Okay. Can you close up that image, please? And if you can go to the next, pardon me, close out the call it and go to the next image. There's also a design review. And is that common, a design review?
In a safety review, no, I don't think a design review would be considered common.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? And then I'm going to paraphrase these next few tasks. In a safety review like this, is it common that SEMA identifies safety issues from the data analysis, identifies potential solutions, evaluates those solutions, and then meets with the client to discuss the analysis and the potential solutions?
I would say that would be common of a study like this, yes.
Okay. And the next image, please. Thank you. And then finally, in advance of drafting, in this case, the city had asked for a cost benefit analysis as well. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? There's a list of individuals who are going to be involved. And at the top, it has Steve Cooper and Ron Gallo. Those are those listed as because they're the people who are going to give instructions to SEMA?
Correct. They were, from our understanding at the time, they would have been the project managers at the city.
Okay. And what was your role going to be in this project?
According to this, I was going to oversee the operations and safety aspects of the review. That was what was put forward at the time of this proposal.
Okay. And Maurice Maslia.
Yeah.
He is listed there as doing human factors.
Correct.
Can you describe the difference between what your role and what his role was going to be?
So my role would likely have overseen the review of the field review with respect to signage and markings and other items like that, perhaps the lighting, and then the safety aspects, including probably overseeing the collision review. The human factors is a specialty that Maurice has, and is a specialty that I do not have. And that involves looking at the interaction between drivers and the road itself and the environment. So it's a specialty thing that he was able to do that I was not. And it's the softer side as opposed to the harder side, which is, do the signs, are they legible? Are they in the correct spot? Do the pavement markings make sense and stuff like that? And then human factors is how do we interact with the road? And are there items on this road that could cause driver expectancy to be thrown off and items like that? That's what the human factor would look like.
Okay. So you spoke about markings and you spoke about signs. And I think you referenced lighting. So lighting was part of under your portfolio here. Is that right?
It would be common between human factors and the operations and safety. The pure, reviewing and justifications of warrants would be under operations and safety, and reviewing how lighting or no lighting and people interacting with the road and how that might affect that would be a human factor.
Okay, and just going back to your interactions with city staff, Steve Cooper and Ron Gallo are listed. As the project progressed, who was your primary contact?
So this changed from what's shown here, which is also typical as projects within the company changed as well. But I ended up acting in more of a role of the project manager on this and less overseeing the other stuff. And my interactions, I think primarily from recollection and through review here, was Steve Cooper would have been my main contact at the city, not so much Ron Gallo.
Okay, and what about Gary Kirchnoff?
I believe Gary was involved at a very high level on just a couple of minor occasions. Generally, I don't believe I was taking any. I was interacting with Gary on a regular basis.
You don't think you were interacting with him on a regular basis?
From my recollection, I wasn't interacting with him on a regular basis.
Oh. Okay. Did you have any interactions with Gary Moore while you were working on this project?
No.
So you said you moved into a project manager role. Dr. Hadiyagi is listed as the project manager. Over time, what did you understand his role to be?
He was sort of, he was acting as more of a reviewer, as somebody similar to what Brian Malone's role here is as a project director. And I believe over time, Brian and Ali actually ended up sharing that project director role rather than Ali acting as the project manager on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 426, please?
Second, this is HAM 426.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. I will come back to that. Can you go to CIM 9020 period 0001? If you could call out the section before the table at the top. So are these the minutes of an internal SEMA meeting to kick off this project?
Yes, they appear to be, yes.
Registrar, can you close that out? Under roles, we can call it out if you can't read it, but right under the beginning, in fact, that would be helpful, Registrar, thank you. You're listed here as the ISR lead and city liaison. Can you describe what those two terms mean?
Sure, that the ISRSR, that's what would have been referred to as an in-service road safety review. So that was the review that was being undertaken. That's more of a common term that's used in the industry, or at least as at the time it was. So I was, again, overseeing that, the field review and the collision review and the lighting and things like that. As city liaison effectively would have been acting as that project manager and the liaison back and forth through the city's project manager. So as the typical day-to-day contact with the city on that level.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that call out and bring and call out the second to last paragraph within the table that is night review? So here it does say night review to follow on a rainy night during the week of the field investigation. I have a couple questions on this. One, do you recall whether or not SEMA ultimately performed a rainy night review?
I don't recall, no.
And do you recall why a rainy night review was listed on this internal kickoff meeting agenda?
I would have to assume that we had received information at that time that there was concerns with collisions occurring during wet weather and during the night. Perhaps a combination of those, or maybe separately, but I don't recall specifically, but that was a theme of this report for sure.
Okay, you want to close that for a moment? And you can close this image and you can pull up registrar CIM 9115.0001. Thank you. So I'm just going back in time. We were just looking at your internal meeting on May 10th. This is project initiation meeting minutes. And am I correct that that was the kickoff meeting with city staff to kick off this project?
Yes, that appears to be what this is.
Okay. Registrar, can you call out the paragraph at the bottom of this page that starts project came out of? Thank you. And so it says project came out of a request by a city councilor to review the lighting. So at this meeting, coming out of this meeting, did you understand that one of the important things that SEMA would do was to assess lighting in the study area?
Yes.
You can close that call out, registrar. And if you can go to image 2. And if you can go to the top of this page and call out safety concerns noted and the 4 bullet points, please. Thank you. So the last 2 are also referencing the safety concerns that were noted: lack of lighting at most locations and driver inability to detect lanes. Does that assist you with the information that SEMA received that would have led to the rainy night review?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, you can close that, and registrar, you can take that document down. So that was in late April, and then in May you have the internal meeting. Is it fair to say that for the next several weeks, your team worked to collect the data, which was that task that we went through, and start to analyze it?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Okay. And to do the field review?
Correct, yep.
Okay. Is it common practice for SEMA to build in 1 or more progress meetings with clients?
Depending on the size and scope of the project, yes, absolutely. Typically, there would be at least 1, and on a larger project, it could be more. 2 is not unusual.
Okay. Registrar, can you turn up CIM 8423, please? Apologies, registrar. I think what I want to be looking for is CIM 8423 period 0001. Thank you. So this is a document entitled meeting number 2, progress meeting number 1 from June 6, 2013. And it lists a number of individuals from SEMA and from the city in attendance at SEMA's office in Burlington. Do you remember attending this meeting?
I don't specifically remember attending it, but the meeting minutes show I was there.
Okay. And what is the purpose of progress meetings?
effectively to bring the client up to speed on the progress of the project and to discuss any elements that may need to be discussed at that time, perhaps to provide some initial feedback, perhaps to get additional clarification that we're on the right path before more time is spent on something. So it's basically just to get everybody on the same page and to share ideas and any recommendations or findings or questions that we might have at what given point we're at.
Okay. Going into this meeting, did you understand that lighting was part of the scope of this project?
Yes, absolutely.
And in particular, did you understand that an assessment of full illumination of the study area was part of the scope?
That was, at the time, the belief, all we had, the information that was available, I believe at the time, was that lighting was to be included. It wasn't very specific as to where. So I believe that at the time, the thought is that lighting through the study area, which would include mainline and ramps and interchange.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull out the fifth paragraph, which is SEMA to use TAC illumination? There you go. A TAC illumination warrant, what is that?
So it's a warrant that's been put out by the Transportation Association of Canada to review the potential need for lighting, similar to the MTO one, but slightly different.
Okay. And here it says SEMA to use TAC illumination warrant, SEMA to rely on outcome of warrant, but recognize outcome of MTO warrant. Reading this, is it more likely or not that this is a direction from the city on what SEMA should do?
Yeah, this is for sure, almost for sure, a direction from the city to SEMA to use the TAC warrant, yes.
Okay. You can close that, please. Registrar, can you bring up CIM 103? Is this a PowerPoint presentation that was prepared for this meeting?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Did you present this PowerPoint presentation at the meeting?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure if the minutes state otherwise, but I think I presented one of them, and I think Maurice presented one of them as well. So I'm not sure on the dates.
Okay. So maybe I should put it differently. Did SEMA present this PowerPoint presentation at the meeting to the city?
Yes, SEMA would have. Someone from SEMA would have presented. Absolutely.
Okay. Registrar, can you turn to page 26, please? And thank you. Is it fair to say by this point SEMA had conducted a preliminary collision analysis?
Yes.
And the results are listed in that top box on this page?
Yes, correct.
And SEMA was at the point of starting to put together potential countermeasures. Is that also fair?
Yes, it looks like a preliminary list had been developed at that point.
Okay. Registrar, can you turn to image 12 of this, please? Thank you. By this point, SEMA had also done some analysis on illumination.
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. You said there's the TAC warrant tool, and then you also mentioned the MTO warrant tool. How are those different?
I can't say specifically without having them in front of me, but the MTO one, from my recollection, is designed more for MTO type facilities. So usually higher order highways. And whereas the TAC warrants tend to be more focused on a municipal level on a lower order roads. That's typical of TAC versus the MTO guidance, and their illumination warrant, from my recollection, is similar. They get to the same point, but they do it slightly differently, and TAC is, again, more sort of geared towards municipal level roadways rather than the MTO 400 series highways.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 17, please? Could you minimize that just a little bit, make it a bit smaller? I don't know if there's an option to make it a bit smaller. Thank you. So looking at this, Mr. Appleby, it says here illumination warrant analysis based on the MTO warrant. So in the lead up to this June 6th meeting, had SEMA completed a MTO warrant analysis?
It appears that we had, yes.
What does this slide demonstrate in terms of the outcome of that warrant analysis?
This slide appears to show that full interchange illumination is suggested for, I believe that's Dartnell and Mud Street interchanges, and that partial illumination is suggested for the Green Hill interchange.
Okay. And the space between the two interchanges at the bottom, that's a main line ramp, is that right? Pardon me, I misspoke. That's the main line.
Yes, it is a short section of main line that I believe may be overlapped by some ramp from coming to and from Mud and Dartnell. One runs almost right into the other, I believe, in both north and southbound directions. I think there may be a very short section of main line separate and apart from the ramps in there.
And at this point, given the way that the study area was constructed, would you agree that full illumination for the part in red would effectively be continuous illumination for the part in red?
Yes, because of the proximity, full illumination, they would effectively touch and create what could be looked or considered a continuous illumination. Although they are defined differently, the nature of this area, I would agree with you.
Okay, Registrar, you can close that. And if you can go back to the prior image, which was the prior document, which was 8423.11.00. Thank you. So just back to the minutes. Onto image 2, please. And if you can call out, Registrar, the section under item 4. So it says here, SEMA needs to be cautious with illumination. BC is critical for this assignment due to political and other design and cost constraints. Site-specific locations are probably better than full illumination. SEMA to make sure that illumination, if recommended, would actually assist in reducing the types of crashes on the facility and or improve conditions, i.e. geometric. If other treatments would similarly result, consider those before illumination if possible. To your recollection, who provided the statements that I've just read out at the meeting?
I don't recall who specifically would have said that.
Would it be someone from the city or someone from SEMA? Can you remember that?
Well, this information would have come from the city, not from SEMA. Definitely. A caution to SEMA would have come from somebody at the city for sure.
So it was Mr. Cooper, Mike Fields, Ron Gallo, and Gary Kirchhoff who were in attendance from the city. Does that assist with your recollection of who gave you, SEMA, direction on lighting related matters?
I mean, if I had to guess, it would probably be Mike Field, as he was the lighting expert at the city. The other gentlemen were not. So I assume if somebody was speaking about lighting, it would have likely been him, but I don't have that specific recollection. But it would make sense that Mike Field would be commenting on lighting rather than the other gentleman.
Okay. Do you recall anything further about the discussion about design constraints?
I don't recall specifics, but I know there was discussion about constraints that were put on the design through the approvals process for the Parkway itself, but also due to the nature of the area for which it traverses. You know, there's some specific topography that it has to get through in order to go from top to bottom. And so there were design constraints, but also some of it was related to approvals required in order to actually get this actual highway built in the first place. I don't recall anything more specific than that.
What do you recall about any discussion around cost constraints?
I don't frankly recall that discussion at all. It doesn't stand out in my mind.
Okay, and what about political constraints?
I don't know for sure. I can only guess that it was probably related to the motion from the council or councillor, sorry, that we hadn't actually seen, but had been discussed on a couple of occasions previous to this.
Okay, so you don't know for sure. You can guess. Do you have a recollection of a discussion about the motion from the councillor?
No, not specifically, no.
Okay. Coming out of this meeting, what was your understanding about SEMA's next steps as it related to illumination?
Well, that we needed to ensure that the benefit cost was completed, of course, and that before recommending illumination, that a further study would need to be completed to ensure that there would have been a positive or potentially a positive outcome to improve or reduce the number of crashes based on putting luminaires in, because it doesn't automatically, because something is justified or warranted, doesn't automatically mean that it would have a positive effect on any specific type of collision.
Okay. So you understood coming out of this meeting that assessment of lighting, partial, full, continuous, was within SEMA's scope?
Yes, correct. Although they had noted that, you know, it's site specific, probably better than full. So that would have been the understanding, I believe, coming out of this meeting.
The understanding would have been that the city had a preference about what your eventual recommendation would be?
It certainly appears that way based on this wording.
Okay. Do you recall if there was any discussion about gathering more information from the city about lighting.
I don't recall anything of that nature, no.
Do you recall any discussion about SEMA contacting Gary Moore for more information about design constraints?
No, I only learned about that through prep for this.
Okay. Coming out of this meeting, did Brian Malone, I think you've already answered this, but did Mr. Malone tell you about a call that he had with Mr. Moore about design constraints?
I don't recall Brian ever mentioning a call with Gary Moore, no.
Thank you. I see the time, it's 4:32, and I know that that some council have a hard stop at 4:30 today. So I've ended that this line of questioning, Commissioner, and I suggest that we adjourn for the day.
That's fine. We'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
And I understand that we have a hard stop at 1 o'clock tomorrow as well.
That's correct. And perhaps the registrar can put council into a breakout room so that we can discuss tomorrow's schedule and hopefully come in the morning to you, Commissioner, with a clear path to get to that hard stop.
Okay. Thank you. We'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.